Tidak ada satu yang berbeda. hello. I like this that we have a lot of participants already in the symposium. Thank you so much for joining us today. We will be starting exactly at 9 o'clock. So please have your breakfast first and we'll see each other at 9. Yeah.
WCFFD of 2021. Now, Malaysia is a chapter that has been launched since 25th of October 2013. And of course, we have now we are going along with so many activities. And that's why our topic for the today's seminar is Cavity-Free Generation Malaysia and End Game. How are we going to reach the end game? So we are going to use our strength by uniting to stop these cavities and fighting for a healthier future in slightly perhaps a little bit different from where with other people. Let's see what we have for you. There will be two presentations here, part with me and of course my co-chair, Professor Putri Ningsih Muhammad Dong, who will then continue and see in the future what we are going to do as well. All of us are very much aware, right? Nearly 100% adults and 60 to 80% of children worldwide are having dental decay. And we are no exception. In Southeast Asia, where Malaysia is located, we have 87% of the population who have caries. And that's not something to be proud of. Yeah, so if you look at the National Epidemiological Surveys, in particular, of the what they call this younger age group, the toddlers 5 to 6 years old, we can see that caries is practically more than 90%, although it's gone down in the last survey of 2017 to 76%, but we are still having a lot of teeth that are being decayed among the 20 deciduous teeth. This is the picture that we're not proud of. As you know very well, primary decay among the deciduous teeth can end up with having no teeth. And ours is even before the age of 50. Why? What's the reason? We all love sweets. The public's number one enemy is sweets for dental decay. Okay, and we can see this picture all over in developing countries, inclusive of Malaysia. Street peddling is still there. It's still common. Well, with what you call it, with development, we are now seeing more and more of hidden sugar. We are wanting to be a civilized society. We want to go for modernization. So what's the consequence? The consequence is you have sugar hiding in all the foods that we are not aware, but we are now making and promoting to ensure that our community are aware of these things. Yeah, and you can see here the picture. This is a typical eating day for Malaysians or for any Asian for that matter in our region. It is our culture. We love food. And so we have 6 times in a day we eat. And it becomes a horror to all the processes of trying to reduce decay in this region. That's one of the reasons why we're having a high prevalence of dental caries among the population, or not only in Malaysia, but in Southeast Asia. Yeah, not only are we making it a problem with dental caries, but we are actually contributing to the NCD problem of obesity as well as diabetes, which is also highly prevalent in most parts of the region in this country, inclusive of Malaysia. People don't brush their teeth after that. So we have a lot of plaque accumulation. And what happened is we're not going to help with the Stephen curve. We all know what Stephen curve is, isn't it? Yeah, we are not going to try to be able to control the Stephen curve, which says it goes down, it goes down, it goes down all the time. And so we don't have time for acid to be neutralized.
Global Summit link. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum and good morning. What you just saw just now was just a mini teaser of what's in store tonight at the Global Summit link at 10:30 p.m. So be sure to tune in if you're interested to watch the rest of the talk. All right, so we will begin the symposium in about 15 minutes. I hope everyone has had their breakfast and toilet break. We have a few talks lined up today, so we hope we have your attention till noon. Again, we will begin at exactly 9, so stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin the seminar. I have a few housekeeping notes to make before we begin with our program today. First, I would like to seek your cooperation to be complete to this program right till the end, as the QR code and the link for the certificate of attendance will only be made available at the end of the symposium today. The link and QR code will be made available on all platforms, either you're watching from YouTube, WebEx, or Facebook. Kindly keep your mics off throughout the symposium to avoid any interruption. All questions can be posted in the comment section. We will be collecting questions from WebEx, YouTube, and Facebook throughout the session, and we will address the question in the Q&A session later on. Thank you for your cooperation. Good morning and welcome everyone to the Alliance for Cavity-Free Future, the Malaysian chapter very first virtual symposium. I'm Dr. Rani Naro, and it is an honor to be hosting this year's symposium in commemoration to the World Cavity-Free Future Day 2021. This symposium is brought to you by the partnership of the Malaysian Association of Dental Public Health, MedPeace, and Colgate with Alliance for a Cavity-Free Future, ACFF. Its mission is to address the need for greater global awareness of dental caries, the disease which, when left unaddressed, can lead to dental cavities. In addition, ACFF focuses on the wider issues that stem from poor dental health and raises global awareness about best practices for the prevention and management of caries and cavities. WCFF Day is a global awareness day and is celebrated around the world with multiple efforts and supported by ACFF chapters, including outreach events, educational drives, free oral care consultations, professional webinars, and school-based education efforts, and many more activities coordinated by local communities and partner organizations. This special day also aims to engage communities around the world in this global flight and offers the chance to send a wake-up call to those with the ability to make social, economic, and political changes to encourage action towards achieving a cavity-free future. And with that, we have lined up a series of great speakers and key players of the initiative. Let me first introduce the chairperson of the ACFF Malaysian chapter, the Iron Lady, who first started the initiative here in Malaysia, Professor Dr. Rahima Abdul Kadir. Professor Dr. Rahima is currently the adjunct professor in University of Malaya Center for Addiction Sciences, majoring in nicotine addiction research. Without further ado, I would like to call upon Professor Dr. Rahima Abdul Kadir to deliver the welcoming remarks and afterwards to moderate today's session. Please welcome Professor Dr. Rahima.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ranina, for your kind introduction. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and greetings to our colleagues and friends who joined us this morning in celebrating the World Cavity Free Future Day 2021. I am most honored to be the moderator to the four esteemed invited speakers who have agreed to share with us their insights, what they have done, and also what more they believe they can do for us to together meet the ACFF goal that is for every child born in the year 2026 to be free of cavities as they move on into the years. On behalf of ACFF, we would like to express our sincere appreciation to all of them for joining us today despite their hectic schedule. As we all know, as we all are very much aware, and based on epidemiological studies, the prevalence of caries around the world is high. And nearly 100% of all adults are having some form of caries and cavities, whereas for children, it's between 60 to 80%. Now, this is not only worldwide, but if we focus down the road and we are looking at the Southeast Asia region, there we can see that at least 87% of all the young children are having cavities too. And that's not good. So, we would, while we have improved our caries prevalence in Malaysia, and now we are looking at the Malaysian structure now, and we have improved, and it is actually among the 12-year zone only. Yeah, whereby we have reached to the level of only 33% prevalence, whether of caries or untreated caries. Okay. But if you are looking at the general picture of the adults, then it's still not a very good picture. And we are having 9 out of 10 adults having caries. Now, what more for those who are above 65 years old? And Malaysia is going to be an aging population very soon. Now, they're already having no teeth. 21 to 20 teeth are already missing right now. So, you're calling for a lot of dentures. We shouldn't have that. We would emulate Japan for 80-20. Then the worst part of it is for our younger generation. The toddlers, the kindergarten children, where we are having at least 7 out of 10 of them are having cavities. So, we welcome the invitation of the global chapter to be part of the team. To be part of the team to come hand in hand together. And thus, the Malaysian chapter was launched in the year 2013. And we had the honor then of our principal director of oral health to launch it. And Professor Nigel was there with us to do the honor of introducing me as the chapter chair. And of course, this chapter then pledged with other partners, which we managed to come to join in. There is the MACPIS, the Dental Team Council, as well as the Oral Health Division, Ministry of Health, to come in together to try and come up with strategies and issues of what we can do in order to reach our goal of a cavity future generations. And over the years, we have journeyed together since 2013 with all the other three, with Malaysian Dental Association coming in 2016. Yeah, so we feel that we are almost complete with our fraternity. There are more, but these are the 4 major ones that have joined us early. And we have been discussing about what the end game will be like. What should we do in order to meet the cavity-free future end game? So, and you will hear more of it from me and from our co-chair, Associate Prof. Dr. Tuti, tonight at 10:30 Malaysian time. Yeah, but for the moment, let's look back at the lockdown. The lockdown COVID-19 has caused us pain and hardship, but it is a blessing in disguise because it has provided us time to sit down, to reflect, and to revisit what we have done. What more should we do? So we are going to, and it inspires us to have this webinar today. And with us this morning are four esteemed speakers, important partners who have journeyed with us through the years and to share us their thoughts. It gives me this great pleasure to invite Dr. Nomi Osman, our Principal Director of Oral Health, Minister of Health Malaysia, to start off the ball rolling. Yeah. And she will be talking and sharing with us of their efforts towards achieving a 2030 caries-free Malaysian generation. With that, Dr. Nomi, please do the honor balls. Thank you very much.
Nama air itu nama air from the Oral Health Program Ministry. I'm Dr. Nomi Osman, Director of Oral Health Ministry of Health Malaysia. Thank you for organizing the opportunity of working for the world today. Please, in Malaysia, future directions very interesting. I'm pleased to speak about a multi-sectoral collaboration approach in Malaysia towards 2030 caries-free nation generation. In this presentation, I will describe about oral disease as a global public health problem, the oral health status of toddlers in Malaysia over the years and the coverage. Then I will share with you our effort towards multi-sectoral collaboration approach, the concept and roles of the stakeholders, followed by issues and challenges before I conclude. Ladies and gentlemen, oral disease are among the most common diseases worldwide and have detrimental effect to health, economic burden, as well as negative impact in quality of life and well-being of those affected. These include caries, periodontal disease, tooth loss, and oral cancers. According to Marcos and colleagues in 2017, epidemiological evidence indicates that lifetime prevalence of dental caries has decreased in the past 4 decades. But this is mainly in high-income countries, especially among the 12 years old children. Based on the Global Burden of Disease 2015 study from 192 studies, a total of more than 1.5 million children aged 1 to 14 in 74 countries highlighted the burden of untreated caries in deciduous teeth globally. In 2015, 7.8% of the global of 573 million children in total suffers from untreated caries. The prevalence of untreated caries in deciduous teeth peaks particularly at age 1 to 4 years and 15 to 19 years respectively. In Malaysia, this is a trend of caries prevalence among 5 years old children from the year 1995 to 2015, which requires serious attention. Despite the reducing trend over the years, caries prevalence and treatment need remain high in 2015, in which 63.6% of the 5 years old children requires restorations. Why do we focus our oral healthcare program effort in Malaysia on toddlers? Despite being very common, oral disease among toddlers are largely preventable. Children with tooth decay might have noticeable difficulty in eating, speaking, and sleeping. They experience distress and pain and smile less, which in turn affect their development, well-being, family, and social life, as well as school performance, as a result of inability to concentrate in study, in relation to eating, and sleep disruption. Moreover, dental caries also has shown to negatively impact child's growth and development. According to the Life Course Framework of Oral Health by Hillman, Sackles, and Watts 2015, the oral health from a life course perspective has provided insight into the importance of early life experiences as well as lifelong trajectories of oral conditions. The underlying wider determinants of oral health are social, which combine social determinants of oral diseases and their influences of common risk factor between general and oral health. It is well recognized that oral diseases are socially patterned, particularly the disadvantaged and lower income group disproportionately are affected. As an overview of the oral health care for toddler program in Malaysia, the program was first introduced in Sarawak and was expanded to other states in 1991. The program was further refined, whereby the Early Childhood Oral Health Care, Never Too Early to Start, was published. In 2020, the Oral Health Care for Toddlers collaboration with external agencies guideline was developed. How is the performance of the previous oral health care for toddlers program in terms of coverage and number of childcare centers visited by Ministry of Health Malaysia? Despite the increasing trend in toddlers coverage from the year 2014 to 2019, the overall outcome remained less than 20% over 6 years period covered by Ministry of Health Malaysia. In addition, the right graph presents the number of childcare centers visited by Ministry of Health Malaysia, which is less than 10% of private childcare centers covered in 2019. Over the last 3 decades, the toddler program was carried out mainly by Ministry of Health Malaysia. As I mentioned earlier, of the life course framework presented by Hillman, Sackles, and Watts, policy implications should be carefully addressed in Malaysia, including social determinants of oral health outcomes, and in particular, the importance of early life factors. Multi-sectoral approach is fundamental to ensure cavity-free generation, not just merely those toddlers covered by Ministry of Health Malaysia. There is a need for Ministry of Health Malaysia to increase the coverage, particularly the private childcare centers, collaborate and seek cooperation from other agencies throughout the country. To explore the feasibility, participation by external agencies to increase the coverage at childcare centers, a pilot study was conducted in Section 13, Darling Street of Selangor State in 2019. The Selangor State Dental Health Division introduced a pilot project called Sparkling Smile Forever to increase toddler coverage in private childcare centers. A program received good response from private dental practitioners and also from the Institute of Higher Education. Activities organized include dental health talk to teachers, caregivers at the childcare centers, promotional activities, toothbrushing training, oral examination, referral to a nearby dental clinic if necessary. The pilot study has successfully shown positive outcome, whereby in 2019, it started with a private dental practitioner participated and screened 100% of toddlers ranging from age 5 months to 4 years old into childcare centers at Section 13, Tallinn District, Selangor. Despite the small increase of coverage, that is 1.3% for a start, at a local area, we receive good feedback from the dental practitioners, industry players, and gathered ways to strengthen the program. To date, Selangor State has been continuously advocating the program and managed to get better participation from 9 private dental practitioners of at least 1 private dental practitioners per district. With a positive pilot study outcome, the program was formulated for nationwide expansion. In 2020, the Oral Health Care for Toddlers collaboration with external agencies guideline was introduced. The program seeks to encourage participation and collaboration with external agencies to increase toddler coverage, promote better oral health care practice among parents, guardians, and caregivers of the childcare centers, as well as to establish a more systematic referral system for toddlers to the dental clinics. Caries as a public health problem needs to be tackled together between the Ministry of Health Malaysia and external agencies such as private dental practitioners, Ministry of Higher Education, and the industry players. We strategize it by advocating the program, especially to the upstream, such as to the head of industry player associations, childcare centers, caregivers of private childcare centers, as well as parents or guardians. The program is also in line with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals to ensuring better oral health and well-being of population as a whole. That is Goal 3, reducing inequalities, especially among the private childcare centers coverage. Goal 10, partnership, working with various agencies to achieve the goal, that is Goal 17. The program is also in line with the WHO Universal Health Coverage Program. Furthermore, we also reinforce our oral health promotion activities by sending various oral health messages via the FDI World Oral Health Day organized by the Malaysian Dental Association. Apart from that, the program is supporting the Malaysian Vision of Prosperity 2030 and vision of Ministry of Health Malaysia. As we are aware of the WHO Global Oral Health Agenda 2030, we have been working closely with the primary, secondary, as well as tertiary care to advocate oral health component be incorporated as part of the non-communicable disease agenda. This program is also reflected through the public-private collaboration initiative in the Ministry of Health Strategic Plan 2021-2025 and 12th Malaysia Plan. Moreover, toddler oral health status is one of the issues addressed in the National Oral Health Policy for Malaysia. This program goal and achievements will be monitored closely through the Ministry of Health Strategic Plan 2021-2025, as well as the National Oral Health Plan for Malaysia, which started from this year to 2030, including midterm review of outcomes. Oral disease pose a major challenge and could benefit from common response to non-communicable diseases. For the past few years, we have been negotiating in various ways to get buy-in from the stakeholders to incorporate oral health in national strategies, in line with the Global Oral Health Agenda to foster the integration of oral health within national policies, including through the promotion of articulated interministerial and intersectoral work. For instance, through the National Health Agenda 2021-2030, we work with whole government of 25 ministries by empowering the volunteers in respective ministries as well as non-government organizations to promote better oral health at their workplace and at local community level. The recent one is with Ministry of National Unity. Oral Health Program has adopted a paradigm shift to reorient the traditional curative approach, which is basically pathogenic, and move towards a preventive promotional approach with risk identification for timely, comprehensive, and inclusive care, taking into account various stakeholders in contributing to the improvement of oral health of the population with a positive impact on overall health. Through common risk factor approach also, we work hand in hand with Health Education Department and other Ministry of Health Division and programs to ensure oral health component included, integrated in the general health promotion agenda all over the country, such as via Wellness Hub, Wellness on Wheels, integrated health promotion media campaigns such as productions of infographic, animation, publication in health magazines, collaborate with other health promotion agents such as Dental Icon, Yuta Ubat, Combi, Cospan. Apart from that, we are currently working with PERCA B40 to incorporate oral health component in their program. As we all know, ICDAS employs an evidence-based approach to classify stages of caries process and has developed an international accepted clinical scoring system for use in clinical practice, dental education, research, and public health. To suit MOH needs, the early caries detection component of ICDAS has been modified and known as the Modified Ministry of Health ICDAS, that is MMI. Through MMI, there are 3 outcome indicators for monitoring and evaluation. MMI started with 115 primary schools in 2017, and this school were followed through for 3 years from 2017 to 2019. The data suggests that the percentage of children with early caries has declined from 23.09 to 13.95%, and caries-free children with at least one permanent tooth surface with non-cavitated lesion also has declined from 17.47% to 10.22%. This indirectly resulted in the decline of mean decay permanent teeth from 0.137 to 0.109. MMI certainly helps towards a more accurate method, early detections of caries lesion, and offers appropriate oral healthcare advice, prevention, and caries treatment. Water fluoridation has been incorporated in Ministry of Health Strategic Plan from 2021 to 2025. The fluoridation of public water supply serves as our whole population strategy, which is safe, effective, economical, practical, and socially equitable public health measures for prevention and control of dental caries for people of all age groups, ethnicity, income, and education levels, with a coverage of 72.8% in 2020. We also map and track the concentrations of fluoride drinking water throughout the country. Moreover, we have Fisher Sealant and Fluoride Mouth Springs program for Kelantan, Sarawak, and Sabah. Recently, the National Oral Health Policy and National Oral Health Plan 2021-2030 have been developed through series of engagement with various stakeholders. On the left is the National Oral Health Policy areas, while on the right is the National Oral Health Plan Strategic Trust, which is in line with the National Oral Health Policy priority area. So this modular program is particularly support the partnership collaboration. We need to intensify inter and intra-agency and private sector collaboration. These slides show some of the strategies and activities to achieve caries-free children through strengthening existing oral health strategies, implement daily toothbrushing in childcare centers and kindergartens by teachers. It is important to note that the Global Oral Health Agenda urged to improve oral health by creating an oral health friendly environment, reducing risk factors, strengthening a quality assured oral healthcare system, and raising public awareness of the needs and benefit of a good dentition and healthy mouth. Other relevant goals to tackle caries are to enhance use of alternative fluoride, particularly the clinical program, to increase population coverage receiving fluoride water supply, to improve access to marginalized groups to oral healthcare services, and capacity building. Ladies and gentlemen, to recap, I have highlighted our collaborative effort with various stakeholders to buy in and incorporate oral health in national strategies, preventive and promotive approaches, national oral health policy and plans towards caries-free future Malaysian generation. Coming back to the oral health care for our future nation generation, collaboration with external agencies, The oral health care for toddlers partners is one on the left of the screen and as input or implementers. The process involves informing Ministry of Health Malaysia, identifying the childcare centers of interest, briefing and training to be conducted by the respective states, carrying out the activities and sending the data gathered. To encourage participation, private dental practitioners who participate in this program shall be rewarded with the continuing professional development points. Participants will have the opportunity to contribute back to the community through corporate social responsibility, through oral health promotion and prevention towards better oral health status and general health of toddler. In addition, if the parents may also wish to continue receiving preventive dental treatment, such as fluoride varnish, restoration, and other forms of dental care from the private practitioners, they may do so. Industry players are also encouraged to participate in this program by providing and distributing any form of supplies, such as promotional materials, equipment, toothbrushes, fluoridated toothpaste to the childcare center participating in this program. Please be reminded that this is a non-profit collaboration and no endorsement of product will be made by the oral health program. That's why any industry player are welcome to take part to help and contribute to the community. This slide shows the process involved. The participants are required to contact the state or district dental office, attend a briefing session, contact the selected private childcare centers, apply for community service from the Malaysian Dental Council, and conduct activities at the designated childcare centers. Among the activities carried out in these childcare centers include oral health talk to caregivers, parents, or guardians, mouth examination, or leave the lip activity subject to written consent received, toothbrushing training, educational games and exhibition, referral for follow-up treatment using a special form, and a simple free-formatted report shall be completed and sent to the respective district or state office. This is how the CPD points claim mechanism works. In general, up to a total of 15 CPD points will be awarded for a complete 2 visits a year of an interval between 4 to 6 months. However, there are some issues and challenges when conducting this program. For instance, obtaining permission from the private childcare centers is crucial to conduct this program. During the COVID-19 pandemic, and now we have to live with the virus, we need to be mindful about the standard operating procedures, the do and don'ts, and ensure good infection control when carrying out the activities. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I have presented some of the Ministry of Health Malaysia initiative towards cavity-free young generation through multi-sectoral collaboration approach. I seek your support so that all oral health policies, plans, and projects for the management of oral health care according to the vision and political agenda in health projected for 2030, in which oral health is considered as an integral part of general health, responding to the needs and demands of the public for good oral health. Let us strengthen cross-sectoral collaboration across key settings, including childcare centers, as well as schools, communities, and workplace, to promote habits and healthy lifestyle, integrating teachers and families. We need to unite to stop cavity, fighting for the healthier future, continuously advocate this initiative for more buy-in, gain strong support and commitment from various stakeholders. Let's contribute back to the community by joining this program, which enables us to work hand in hand, complementing each other to improve access to oral health care of toddlers in public and private childcare centers. This effort ensures continuous oral health promotion, prevention effort, early detection of caries, and systematic referral system. As mentioned before, raising public awareness of the needs and benefit of good dentition and a healthy mouth needs to be strengthened. As outlined in the National Oral Health Plan 2021-2030, we should also evaluate the level of awareness by using validated oral health literacy tools for evidence-based policy decision-making and implementation nationwide. We also need to review the performance and evaluate the effectiveness of this initiative from time to time. It is hoped that this initiative is sustainable, serves as an annual corporate social responsibility agenda of external agencies and industry players for better oral health and cavity-free nation generation and Keluarga Malaysia. With that, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Naomi. Such a breathtaking journey indeed. A long, a life course perspective. I would say that's it, a life. And it started in 1991. It's not something new, but as mentioned, it was slow and low. So there's a new strategy is very much needed. And here comes the Sparkling Smile Forever program, which I think will be a success in meeting our goals as well. And it really fits with everybody's agenda. The World Health Organization, United Nations, even our own strategic plan of 2021 to 2025. So I'm very, very happy to hear everything all in place. And I think thank you once again, Dr. Naomi, for such an excellent sharing of thoughts and your vision forward. Our next speaker. Our next speaker is no less dynamic, I can assure you. And he is no other than Yang Bahagia Professor Dr. Muhammad Ibrahim Abu Hassan, our chairman of the Malaysian Dental Dean Council. He leads a brood of 13 faculties in Malaysia. And to change the caries measurement curriculum is no easy task. Started on the 24th of October 2013, 20 August of 2013, and the scoreboard shows that by 2017, all the dental schools in Malaysia have started to use ICDAS ICCMS module. That's a real achievement. Let's hear from him then what he has been doing, what he has done to achieve such tremendous tasks. And it gives us the great honor to invite the chairman of the Dental Dean Council to share with us the council's journey. With that, Prof, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rahima, for the kind introduction. All right. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you, our Professor Rahima himself, the chairman of Malaysian chapters for ACFF and World Confederation of Chemistry, and also the chairman of this Malaysian chapters virtual symposium, for inviting me to share what Malaysia has been doing with regards to ICDAS or ICCMS. But of course, the topic that I've been talking today is slightly different from what the other three speakers are talking about. Caries-free, I'm going to talk more about the classification of caries, how we dental schools in Malaysia support this ACFF vision of a caries-free population. So again, slightly different out of theme on the other three speakers. I'm honored to be sharing this platform together with the director of Simple Director of Oral Health Division Program, and Malaysian Dental Association President, and also my fellow colleagues, Associate Professor Dr. Tuti Ningsih, to share this platform today. All right. Of course, these are our guest speaker. All the speakers that we'll be sharing, and of course, as an academician, usually when we start any presentation, we will give an introduction on how we will cover in this 20 minutes session that is given to me. Right. I've touched first on the background of ICDAS and CMS in Malaysia and caries classification. I'm sure most of you are aware about caries classification, but I just highlight a bit, and why we decided to go on ICDAS, and the Malaysian perspective, why is it, how we do it, and of course, what the issues that we face in implementing this ICDAS SC-CMS. Of course, just now, as here that Professor Rahima has said, that the tasks that we in dental school in Malaysia are faced in implementing the ICDAS caries classification of caries. Okay. For the start, for now, we have 13 Malaysian dental schools in Malaysia, right? Out of 13, 6 are public, and 6 are public, and 7 are private universities. And of course, for now it's 13, but as maybe in future this could be even higher, because as we know that the moratorium has been lifted. Also, schools may apply to, university may apply to start a dental school, but of course, subject to very stringent inspection and approval before being approved. Okay, coming from these 13 dental schools in Malaysia, all right, and we know that our academic staff come from various different parts of the world, especially in those private universities where their staff coming from different continent of the world, from the Europe, from East Asia, from Indonesia, from Bangladesh, Pakistan, and India, okay, and many other, of course, in the African and the Arabic Middle East countries. So, but generally, we are trained in caries classification in different ways. Of course, most of us are trained, including myself, when I was a student in 1980s at University of Malaya, that we are trained on black classification. All we know until we graduate, until 2012, we are using dual black cavity preparation, whether be it in the Ministry of Health, or be it in the university or in the private sector. We understand what we know, or at least I understand, caries we do classify by black. Okay, but and then of course the newer generation later, they are trained on different classification, Okay, so that's how we have the generation gap in terms of caries classification. But when we come to the university, we have to make sure that all of us in academia in the university speaks the same language when we talk to each other, especially when we talk about caries, because caries is I would say the main, apart from periodontal disease, the main oral disease in Malaysia, or but in the world. All right. Okay, so this caries classification are basically based on the clinical practice, or used in a large scale in epidemiological studies. And in research, different classification suits this sort of classification caries. And of course, inclusion of elements to enable a shift towards prevention. Nowadays, we are talking about prevention, as what the other speakers are talking. We make sure that they are caries-free population. So based on this procedure, caries are classified in various ways. Okay, and of course, the most popular before 2012. Okay, before 2012, I think these are various caries classification used in the world. All right, but of course, those in dental school, if we talk about management, prevention, or treatment of caries, we mostly do on blacks. Okay, black. And of course, some schools, for example, in 2012, where especially at our school in UITM, we start using MID, a minimal intervention. We moved from black to MID. And of course, we have another school in Malaysia also trying to change to from blacks to ICDAS. So, but the rest we use in other method, but in terms of other method for the research, as I said just now, they still use WHO for basic method. It's easier for index, but for classification, for clinical classification and management, most of us, the 13 dental school in Malaysia are using black. MID is actually only one school that time is our school, and of course another school I said start initiating the ICDAS caries management system. All right, so and then we know that we go further back why ICDAS FDI in 2008 recognized that caries is caries affect the quality of life and it's a direct impact on economy and remain high throughout the world. So it initiated a development to a new paradigm caries management that contribute to common vision of health. So this is FDI in 2008, their vision. And then, of course, this vision is employed to evidence-based and preventively oriented approach. Okay, detection and assessment of system and classifying stages of caries, and also use of dental education, clinical practice, research, and public health. So provides all stakeholders with common caries language and support this decision making both individual and public health levels. Okay, and of course generated international generated the international caries classification and management system to enable a long-term caries outcome. So you can see here, I pick up the third bullet where it's used in the dental education and provide all stakeholders with a common caries language. That's the thing, that is a common caries. We want to speak the same language of caries classification. So this is the way to go, and of course taking into the consideration of preventive approach and whatnot. That's why we decided in Malaysia to look into this ICDAS caries management system. Okay, why ICDAS? Why not camera? Why not karyogram or other things? Or why black for that matter? Okay, because we know that in ICDAS, caries is classified according to stages. So it aims to get a better outcome, and it links to a visual and histological extent. And because the more we know about caries, about the background, the background of caries, the progression of caries, so we can do a lot of other things, more preventive measures to prevent caries from spreading. Of course, visual detection need to be X-ray to be more comprehensive. If you have to use the other black, for example, you need to classify in the class 2 black classification. Okay, for this detection, assessment, diagnosis, and monitor of manage the monitoring. That's why ICDAS suits this the caries classification system, and we decided that that's the way to go for our Malaysian dental school. Right? If you know that ICDAS is contemporary, accurate diagnosis and lesion. So you have a prevention in nature, your consequences prevention in nature. And more importantly, is just in time restoration to manage. We don't do any, we call it in black, we do extension for prevention, all these things. But we in ICDAS, we know that this is not taken care. I mean, we will not do extension prevention. Of course, ICDAS is minimally invasive, not necessarily every caries we're going to fill up or remove. So it's minimally invasive, and of course, prevention of recurrence. These are all the factors contemporary caries management in ICDAS, which is taken care. As we can see now that we have in caries ICDAS, we have class from 0 to 6. All right, so it's compared to black class 1, class 2, class 5, but it's almost the same there. But there is other factors that come into play to make ICDAS more a preventive approach. All right, and then how do we do in Malaysia? How we move to get to bring them all the 13 dental schools to have the same speaking the same language? And luckily in Malaysia we call it Malaysian Dental Deans Council, which work very, very well, just well in all our policy. We sit down together, all the 13 dental schools in Malaysia, and we discuss. And because of that, dental school in Malaysia, the Dean Dental, the Dean Dental Deans Council started in 2007, 2006, 2007, and I was the third chairman from 2008 until now. I'm still holding the fort. So luckily, I got a very good support from all the deans, all the 12 dental schools in Malaysia, and we can any issues we can always have a meeting. Regularly, in fact, we have our term of reference. We have at least 3 to 4 meetings in a year. But of course, from time to time, if there is other issue, we will have more meetings. And then, of course, to start with the ICDAS in Malaysia, first we invited of course, with the help of our able timer, Prof. Rahimah was also the dean of one of the dental school. So Rahimah, together with Colgate and Palmolive, we bring in Professor Roger Elwood from UK to give an exposure to all the dental schools in Malaysia, where we conduct a workshop at the University of Malaysia at that time, from Roger Elwood. Then after that, we decided we need to form a task force for ICDAS task force for the Malaysian dental school. Okay, then we formed that task force, and after that we formed the task force, we invited another gurus in ICDAS, Professor Nigel Pitts. I think most of us who are ICDAS champion will remember, will know that Professor Nigel Pitts, and of course she has spoken yesterday and to this symposium about this caries-free virtual symposium. And then, of course, to a certain, as we have formed the National Task Force, to a certain that we are moving to ICDAS together collectively, we presented at the SEAD, Southeast Asia Dental Education meeting, our consensus in Malaysia to affirm that we are moving firmly into ICDAS. At that time, many dental schools in ASEAN or a member of SEAD, they are still using black. And this until now, also some of dental schools are still using black, but Malaysia have moved forward. In using moving away from the black caries classification. All right. So what are the key milestones our dental task force has done? So first, I think we implemented the black. First, we must train the trainers. Okay, the train the trainers program, where we invited a representative from all the dental school. We start off 2 each or 3 each for dental school to be trained, and then after that we tell them what are they supposed to do when they have been trained. So they're supposed to go back and train their lecturers. Yeah, they train lecturers to do caries management through ICDAS. Then the trickle timeline was later on, when 2018, this will even make it even better, because through the Dean's Council, we have imposed, or we have included caries management as ICDAS 3 and 4, or ICDAS 5 and 6 as part of the national assessment system. That means there's no choice. Every school should have this inbuilt in their curriculum. Inbuilt in the curriculum, management, competency of ICDAS 3 and 4. We do not say black classification or any other. We say it's ICDAS 3 and 4 and ICDAS 2 system, ICDAS 3 and 4 and ICDAS 5 and 6. Why 3, 4, why 5, 6? Why not 1, 2, 1? No, because if we do 3, 4, we can always manage 1, 2 is much easier. So with this implementation of this competency level, it makes mandatory all dental schools in Malaysia have to use ICDAS system. And then later on, this thing has become, we incorporated that, it became a national board exam, ICDAS also. So foreign graduates that are coming into Malaysia now, with the implementation of the new Dental Act 2018, from next year onwards, the foreign graduate who would need to sit what we call a national board exam, whereby in part 2 of the national board exam is about one of the procedure is management of caries through this either ICDAS 5, 6. So this is how we in Malaysia have to consolidate our vision to make ICDAS the way to go in caries management. Right, so this is a training workshop, and you can see here Prof. Rahima sharing with our representative from our dental schools in Malaysia. And of course, this is Professor Raja Alwood, and of course, this is another dean from Malacca Manipal, also involved. Not just lecturers, dean are also involved in this workshop. So because if the dean are not involved, they will not be able to drive them. So we must convince the deans first before we convince others to other lectures. And then of course, as I said, we presented this together in the SIAT in a poster category together with I think my colleagues Prof. Xiao Liang Lin and Prof. Dr. Cho Chu Gate in the SIAT competition, poster competition, how we Malaysian dental schools are moving towards this called ICDAS. Okay, all right, I think I got last slide now because I think my time is almost up. So what are the challenges? What are the challenges that we face to implement this? Of course, agreement we should have from between restorative, pediatric, and public health of the system. Why we want to make agreement? Of course, this we have to rope in our Ministry of Health, especially in our national benchmark group, NBG, and also we bring in our private practitioners, and also we bring in the Ministry of Defense to be in this NBG. They're not the task force was of all the universities, but the national benchmark group involved MOH, armies, and of course the private practitioners. Okay, and of course they have a training the auxiliaries, especially the Ministry of Health. They will face a lot because all the nurses then were trained using black. So now you have to retrain them according to ICDAS, and especially the Ministry of Health having the manpower, biggest manpower all over the country is a challenge to them. Okay, and then after that, many schools at this time, or some schools, we are using, some are using manual, but we want to incorporate it to a digital system, digital, then this again to incorporate those who have been using the black in the caries charting. Now they have to revamp or revise the software to put the ICDAS. And then most importantly, with the dental schools in Malaysia, we have to change the curriculum. We change the curriculum, the outcome-based document, the student learning time, all have to change. It's not easy to change the curriculum. Usually we change the curriculum every 5 years or in between, but now with this the ICDAS caries management come in, we have to embed the new caries management system in the curriculum. So that is another challenge for us with fail. Of course, apps, we're trying to develop apps are user-friendly because ICDAS is not as simple as black. I will show you afterwards when you do a full ICDAS classification. And of course, time and financial, because when we do what we call this workshop, we bring in all our representatives from all the dental schools in Malaysia, or maybe Ministry of Health, and to come and join together in our workshop. And then we have to calibrate them. And then when they go back, they have to, and from time to time, we have to calibrate the lecturers so that they know there are trainings. Okay. And then, of course, we want to make things easy for students. We have to make sure that this is acceptable because when some textbook, they read the textbook, there are some textbooks still using black. So these are things, the challenges that we face in implementing what we call this ICDAS curriculum in the Malaysian dental school. Okay, this is the standard ICDAS classification. You can see 0 from 1 to 5 to 6. But if you can include in the details of the what you call it, the extensive decay, beside the 4, 5, 6, we have A, B, C, and whatnot, and then we have PUFA, all these things. This will be a bit complicated, but of course, when we use it, we come with apps, develop with it, we should be able to get what we want to do, a classification of caries, not just manage the caries, but prevent future incidents of caries to our patient and to our population. And then with that, I think my time is just up by 1 minute. Thank you very much again from myself on behalf of the dental schools in Malaysia, and thank you for WCFF Malaysian chapter for giving us this slot to expose how we manage, how we do incorporate ICDAS, ICMS in our caries management system in teaching our students. Thank you very much, Prof. Rahima. I hand it over to you. Thank you.
Well said, Prof. Agreement I quote, agreement between restorative pediatric dentists as well as public health dentists. Yes, it is a real challenge. I congratulate you and the team of the Malaysian Dental Dean Council for having done this over the years. And what more to hear from the man himself, who is actually a clinician and restorative dentist specialist. So very encouraging indeed. And I see the world in front of us. There's a tunnel opening to the bright sunshine in reaching out to the population of cavity-free future.
Thank you
So,
for going back.
and what I think is more important, learning from the experience of the Malaysian Dental Dean Council, is that nothing is impossible, no matter how difficult it is. But so long as we work together, come up with one thought and one goal, we will always achieve what we aim for. So having said that, once again, thank you very much, Prof. Yang Bahagia Professor Datuk Dr. Muhammad Ibrahim, the Chairman of the Malaysian Dental Dean Council, for sharing with us your thoughts, your challenges, your difficulties, and with all the deans, my appreciation.
A pleasure.
Now,
Correct.
let us, to the audience, perhaps there are burning questions to quell your curiosity from the first two presentations. If you have, once again, share with us in the chat to be addressed later in the Q&A section. Now, for now, we will take a short break, and please join us again for our next two speakers. I can assure you more challenging, more interesting information that we'll be getting from the private practitioners' viewpoint, as well as the public health specialist perspectives. So we shall be back in 10 minutes, 10:10 on the dot. Thank you very much. I will now leave you for the moment. Have a break, go and get something, and to refresh yourself. So we'll see you again at 10:10. Thank you very much. Bye.
All right, welcome back, fellow delegates. We hope everyone had a refreshing break for the another round of insightful talk by the credible speakers that we have lined up for next. A few housekeeping reminders. Kindly leave your questions in the comment section and we will select the best question to have our fellow speakers address them in the end. I've seen some questions coming in. Keep them coming. I'm sure all the speakers will be happy to acknowledge and answer the questions that has been given to them. All right, so without wasting any more time, I would like to call back Prof. Rahima to moderate the next speakers.
Welcome back, everyone. We are due now for our next two speakers. And without further ado, I would like to invite our next speaker, no other than our dynamic and charming President of the Malaysian Dental Association, Dr. Leong K. Jo. Yes, a pediatric dentist by profession. Let us hear from him on the private dental practitioners initiative to a cavity-free generation. Dr. Leong, please do us the honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Rahima. Okay, I will try to share my screen first. Okay, good. All right, good morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible and visible at the same time. Am I?
Yes, Dr. Leong, very good.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, thanks for the clarification. Okay, once again, thank you, Prof. Rahima, for the kind introduction. And of course, I want to thank all of you, especially the organizing committee of the ACFF, for inviting MDA to share some views and to share some of our initiatives that we work together to achieve the cavity-free generation. Now, this is a big topic indeed, and I will share with you in the next few slides that I can how and what the private dental practitioners or what the private dental sectors can actually help and what we have been doing all this while. Now, of course, I think it will do justice also to say a few words, especially that I understand the presentation may be presented to the international platform as well. So the MDA, or the Malaysian Dental Association, is a non-governmental association representing the private dental fraternity. And of course, the members actually come from various sectors, namely the public sector, the private sectors, the academia, the armed forces, and we also have a chapter where we have actually members from the dental students. Now, as you can see, my background, I'm a pediatric dentist by training, and I work with the Ministry of Health, and of course, I'm here standing at the helm as the president of the Malaysian Dental Association. So actually, I'm speaking with the head representing the private sector, telling the audience what the initiatives that we have done all this while. So also let me give you one or two moments to share, exactly how the MDA works. Okay, we actually comprise of three zones, namely the eastern zones, the southern zone, and of course the northern zone. Of course, I'm sure most of you will agree and understand that the eastern zone comes from the Sabah, Sarawak, and Wilayah Persekutuan Labuan. So we have three zones working together, and maybe you will not know that actually Selangor is actually under the southern zone, right? And also for the benefit of all, the Malaysian Dental Association is also a member of the FDI World Dental Federation. So being a member of the World Dental Federation, which actually comprise of so many countries around the world, we actually share policy statements. We come together in meetings and to discuss on matters pertaining to global oral health. And just for the knowledge of all, we have just completed the World Dental Parliament meeting by FDI, and it was an exciting event. Of course, everything was held virtually. just as where we are. If not, I'll be probably on the flight to Australia this time for the FDI meeting. But unfortunately, because of the international travel restrictions, everything is done online. So even the election of the new councillors were all done on voting e-voting basis. So, and I just want to share with you that the MDA, or the Malaysian Dental Association, is also governed by the constitution and bylaws of the association, and is clearly written in the objective of the association, is clearly written in the constitution, the objectives of the association, as you can see on this slide. And all the way at the top, Article 4, subsection 1, the main objective of the association is to promote the art and science of dentistry for the benefit of the public. So that is how important the dental sector is for the public. Okay, it is for the public, and that is where we all are heading, irrespective of where we are coming from, either from the private sector, the public sector, the academia, or the armed forces. I think the main important thing is actually to give back to the public. Okay, rest. We have been talking about caries from this morning, and caries is an age-old disease. You know, it's probably a disease as old as mankind history itself. Now, it is sad to know, that even as we are now in the 21st century, and I do not know what will happen in the next couple of years, even at this time and age, we are still dealing with this disease, a disease that is actually preventable. But unfortunately, we have been battling with this disease even from the very known history of mankind itself. Now, of course, I'll be picking up some data from the Ministry of Health. As I think all of us will have known that the National Oral Health Survey for adults in 2010, we're actually looking forward for the latest survey, whereby it mentioned that almost 80 to 90% of adults actually have caries. Now, this is actually a significant number. And from where I work, I work in a hospital, and it is sad to see that every day, almost every day, we'll see referrals coming into the hospital for management of caries in young children. And more often than not, we see children being admitted to the hospital for dental abscesses, the serious dental abscesses that require hospitalization. It is sad to see that such a disease, although it looks so trivial, something that is so preventable can be so debilitating, and of course it comes with significant morbidity and even sometimes mortality. So we hope that these initiatives, taken by all different stakeholders, can actually help not only our country, but also to help the global population, so that we will be able to reach this dream. Okay, this is a long journey where we look forward to a caries-free generation in time to come. Now, okay, I will share with you on this slide taken from the Malaysian Dental Council. We see a steady increase in the number of dental practitioners, being both from the public sector and also from the private sector. And we see an upward trend, a steady upward trend. And if you look at the statistics carefully, we see almost like a 5% increase in dental practitioners from the public sector, and about 11 to 12% increase in from the private sector itself from 2019 to 2020. So we can see that there is still an uptrend in the registered private dental practitioners, and also from the public dental practitioners. Now, I'm sure you will agree with me on this slide that the ratio of the public dental practitioners to private dental practitioners is about 7 to 4. So we may seem to be quite a small number in terms of ratio, but I will share with you some of the initiatives and some of my personal thinking and how we contribute to the caries-free generation in time to come. Okay, next on this slide, also you will see the distribution of dental practitioners from the public sector and private sector, with emphasis on the West Malaysia and on the East Malaysia. Okay. Yes, we see that the majority of the dental practitioners are actually confined to the Peninsular Malaysia or the West Malaysia, whereas the Sabah and Sarawak is only in about a thousand over dental practitioners. Well, of course, some will argue that, well, does it look it is because of inequality in distribution? Well, no, not really. Although the size of Sabah and Sarawak, is actually larger than the Peninsular Malaysia in terms of land mass, land size. Sabah, Sarawak, and Labuan is combined, is about 60% of the size of Malaysia. But the population in Sabah, Sarawak, and Labuan is actually much smaller. And according to the statistics, the latest that I received, assuming that Malaysia have a 32 million population, the population in Sabah, Sarawak, and Labuan only comprise of 6.7 million. But nevertheless, although the number of population is smaller in East Malaysia, but in terms of ratio, we are still very much far behind from our counterparts in West Malaysia itself. Okay, and the number of newly registered private dental clinics in the past few years, again, I'm picking up this data from the Malaysian Dental Council. We also see a steady increase of about 8% from 2019 to 2020. So with these numbers of increase of private dentists, private dental clinics, how will it contribute to the caries-free future, and how does it help to other stakeholders in achieving this global goal? Now, the initiatives from the private sector, okay, I will roughly divide it into two, okay, whether they are being taken personally on their own accord, or through the Malaysian Dental Association, who works together with other stakeholders. Okay, I must emphasize that the Malaysian Dental Association, most of the time, we do not work alone. Okay, we need the help of all stakeholders, be it from the Malaysian, being it from the Ministry of Health, Oral Health Program, from the Armed Forces, from the Dental Deans Council, and so on. Even from the dental industry, we can never work alone, and it's always very important to know that such a mammoth task, such a goal, can only be achieved if we all work hand in hand. So back to the initiatives from the private sector. Okay, private dental practitioners, some of them actually go and do do initiatives on their own accord, whether it is in their own dental clinic itself or through outreach programs which they partnered with some NGOs. Okay, so let me share with you some of the items here. Okay, now let's look at the initiatives from the personal point of view. Okay, now yes, I think all dentists, all dentists or all dental practitioners, I think it will be injustice, to send off a patient without even saying a word of, hey, brush your teeth. Okay, I think that is very injustice, and I think it is almost impossible or to heard of. Okay, now assuming that we have 2,600 private dental clinics, and okay, I'm not talking about the number of private dental practitioners here. Assuming we have 2,600 private dental clinics, and each clinic having about 10 patient contact in a day. Of course, some of them will see lesser, some of them will see more. Okay, taking an average of 10 patient contact a day, working 5 days a week only. Now that will come up to about 520,000 patient contact in a month. And if we calculate it for a whole year, that is a whopping 6.2 million patient contact in a year. Now, the reason why I'm putting up these figures is because, although the private sector is actually a smaller number compared to the public sector, but I think that amount of contribution, that amount of contact patients is actually significant. Imagine if at that every single contact, you would tell the patient, brush your teeth, watch your diet, floss your teeth, something message, a simple message that can be taken home. I think it goes a long, long way to actually promote oral health to the public. And of course, like I mentioned just now, some of the dentists actually go on their own accord, joining with some NGOs, to actually out for outreach programs, to do, what is called an CSR. As you can see, this picture is Dr. Rashid himself. He's actually a private dental practitioner, and he's one of those very active dental practitioners who actually go in for outreach programs, especially the days before COVID-19. Okay, I will share with you some of the challenges that we are facing now in COVID-19 time. Now, the next, of course, is actually, from the Malaysian Dental Associations. Again, I can't emphasize more that we work together with many stakeholders, and the zones actually take their own initiatives, recruit their members, and these members, can be from the public sector, can also be from the private sector. So we come together as one team, together with different stakeholders, different NGOs, coming together for outreach programs, for the benefit of the communities. Okay, and it's not merely for curative purposes. Okay? It is also for preventive purposes. So I think the eastern zones is actually one very good example. And also the northern zone of the Malaysian Dental Associations. They do a lot of outreach programs, and they have actually very good feedbacks. In fact, the Malaysian Dental Association Eastern Zone has actually come out with a manual on running CSR projects. So every time when an outreach program is being planned, that is the manual that they would use, and that's the manual that would be referred to by the Malaysian Dental Association, referred to by the NGOs who are taking part, in terms of what are the manpower to prepare, what are the logistics to prepare, what are the equipments to prepare, and so on and so forth. So the Eastern Zone have taken up an initiative to come out with a manual for CSR projects. And coming to the working together with stakeholders, okay, we are just going to show you some examples here. We work together with big NGOs such as the Special Olympics. As you know, Special Olympics has a few branches itself, and one of them is the Special Smiles program to render the athletes, with healthy oral, healthy mouth, healthy cavity, healthy oral cavity. So I think this is one of the initiatives that was taken way back in 2011 by the MDA Eastern Zone, where we actually run a health awareness campaign, and jointly with the Special Olympics. And of course, we also have other things which I didn't share on the slides here. For example, the Cleft Lip and Palate Association Malaysia, and actually many more stakeholders. Now, okay, this is something that I think all of us can be proud of, not from MD alone, I must say. Okay, as you can see from the logos of the supporting partners, the co-organizers, from the Ministry of Health, from the Armed Forces, from the Dental Deans Council, from the Malaysian Dental Students Associations. We actually run the World Oral Health Day, every year without fail. Of course, this year it was held on the lower key, mainly because of the COVID-19 pandemic as well. So, but without fail, we have been running this World Oral Health Day, which is celebrated globally on the 20th of March every year. And this is an initiative taken because MDA is a member of the FDI World Dental Federation. Now, having said that, because it is a World Oral Health Day, basically what it means that this celebration is being taken on a global basis. Okay, so every year on the 20th of March, every national dental associations around the globe will actually celebrate World Oral Health Day, and also celebrate it with the same theme. So every country, every association will celebrate World Oral Health Day with one message, one unified message across the world. Okay, now the FDI World Dental Federation has actually taken that initiative, to measure. Of course, it's always important to know what is the outcome from running all of these, campaigns, what is the return, how much have they benefit? We are still struggling with that, okay, I must say, okay. How effective is this campaign in terms of returns, in terms of reduction in cavities, in terms of reduction in DMFT, okay? Of course, now we're using IC-DAS now. So this is something that we can actually discuss further, okay? I just want to share with you one simple example, okay? In 2018, Malaysian Dental Association tried very hard, okay? We actually do a launching, okay? You can see Dato Professor Muhammad Ibrahim here. He was the guest of honor. We did a launching, and we want to know, through the social media, okay, on that particular launching day, that few hours, how many people actually will go online, okay? All right, okay, we have done the statistics. We have hired a company to check, okay, and we have actually, they have tabulated the statistics for us, the launching was watched live, okay, by about 1,000 people, with about 800 watching it through the FB Live, okay. I know this may be a very small number, but imagine having 1,000 people sitting together and watching the launching of the World Oral Health Day happening in that half an hour or 1 hour or so. Okay, this number, may looks very small, okay, but in terms of organizing an event to take up 1,000 people at one particular venue is actually quite tasking and quite challenging. So we hope to actually tap in on the effort of this social media and to see how far did the campaign go. Okay, of course, we also have initiatives such as those which are taken with dental industry. Okay, I'm sharing with you some of the flyers, from GSK, from Colgate, from Systema. I think every year we have we have this thing known as Oral Health Month, where the private dentists come together, to support the Oral Health Month together with the dental industry, and to give free dental checkup. Again, these are all small initiatives taken towards, we hope that it will lead to a cavity-free nation in time to come. Okay. Now, and also the press media, we prepared press release, okay, hoping to be reached to as many people as possible. For example, in this metro press, at that point of time, the circulation estimated was between 170,000 to 200,000 readers. So imagine 200,000 people reading this article. I hope they do. I hope they read it, okay? So that is that 200,000 contact to the public at that particular day itself, right? Of course, the challenges during the COVID-19, it cannot be overemphasized. Okay, most of the outreach programs are put on hold. And when I talk about outreach programs, it's not just about curative, but also on a preventive mode as well. Now, there was limited access to oral health care services during the height of the pandemic, whereby even routine preventive care was actually not possible to the general public, because only emergency dental treatment were given priority during the height of the pandemic. Of course, the financial implication of the COVID-19 pandemic is another issue. People will probably lose their jobs, incomes are less, and the opportunity to seek treatment in the private sector may be a bit more challenging, but of course, this also, the COVID-19 has financial implication to the private dental practitioners themselves, with a reduction in incomes, and of course, I think most of us will agree the waiting list for treatment will now probably be getting more in from the public sector itself, something that we can discuss about later on. So in summary, I can't emphasize more that the contribution of the private sector is significant, albeit the smaller number as I've shown to you, whereby the ratio is only about 7-4, okay? And I think I just want to share one more data here in 2019 conducted by the Ministry of Health, whereby only a quarter of the Malaysian population actually utilized dental services in 2019. So we actually a long way to go in actually getting a message across the importance of oral health, okay? So dental professionals in the private sector can support national governments in implementation of the strategy through public public-private partnerships, by helping to plan and implement population-wide prevention measures. And I'm sure we are now actually heading towards that, even in baby steps, but I think that is where we should be going. And as I've mentioned, data collection is also important. We want to know the outcomes of all these, prevention campaigns and so on. What are the measurable outcomes that we're talking about? Because the overall oral disease burden in Malaysia is still significant. So the public-private collaboration is actually a complementary roles. We need to work together hand in hand to achieve what is we all dream of, the cavity-free nation. This is a mammoth task, and it should not be just shouldered by stakeholders, but we should need to involve the consumers themselves. Basically means the public need to play an important role in this sense. I think with that, I end my slide and my talk for now. Thank you once again for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Leong, for sharing with us. Nothing is unimportant. The private sector, the practitioners definitely have done a lot of work, but unfortunately, perhaps not well appreciated by many because they don't say. They're always thinking private practitioners makes money, but there we are. We see you in outreach programs. We see you everywhere. Now, having said that, this is one of the reasons why WCFFD, Malaysian sector or chapter, has actually launched the Young Volunteers of WCFFD in 2019, just before the lockdown in Terengganu. And you can call upon us. Registration is free. Volunteers come in. You can always sign up with us and be ready for the call. So wherever you are, we will call you when we are there. So that will work better because we are empowering our professionals, our young professionals, the students as well as the practitioners to come forward and not just be in the small four-wall room, but outside on the on the ground. So thank you very much, Prof. Dr. Leong, for sharing with us your thoughts. We truly appreciate the work of our colleagues from the private sector. The contribution, no matter how small, is certainly significant towards reaching the goal of the cavity-free future. Now, so we will. I'm sure there are more questions to ask you later. I'm going to be the naughty one to start off for you to think about it. You projected to us the manpower that is there. We have 11,500 dentists today. And we have a population of 32.5 million today. Come 5 years down the road, we are going to have 35 million population. Do you think 11,000 or so is enough to serve the whole country? What? Not only in absolute numbers of bodies, but 32 permanently, 20 disabilities, plus each mouth. So I will leave you with some thoughts and we will call you back later. So in the meantime, we'll move forward after hearing out from our three esteemed speakers. They go in different perspectives. Very, very interesting and very enlightening indeed. I truly felt encouraged that WCFF Nation Chapter, with our collaborating partners, will achieve the goal of a future generation to be cavity-free. How real will that be? Let's hear out now from the views of our dental public health specialists, the group that goes to the ground to meet the mass with its many trials and tribulations. So it gives me this great pleasure to invite my colleague, the president of MACPeace, Associate Prof. Dr. Tuti Ningsih Magdum, to share with us on the role of DPS specialists in fraternity in meeting the goal of a cavity-free future generation. Dr. Tuti has also recently been appointed by the Global Chairman to be my co-chair of our ACFF Malaysia chapter. Congratulations. Dr. Tuti, the floor is yours. Please share with us. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to everyone. Thank you, dear Prof. Rahima, for the kind introduction. Before I start, I would like to first share my screen and check whether people can see it, people can see me, people can hear me. Okay. This is the new norm. Oops, I'm sharing the wrong thing. Sorry. I think I clicked on the wrong Can you see my slide?
Yes, Prof.
Okay, thank you. All right. I think each and every one of us wears many hats at any one time. And as Prof. Rahima has correctly said, I am also the co-chair of ACFF Malaysia chapter. And therefore, I'm also a co-organizer for this symposium. And at the same time, I've been invited to speak using my hat as the president of the Malaysian Association of Dental Public Health Specialists. So far, since we started this morning, I have been enjoying myself and I have learned a lot from the speakers, from the three speakers who had talked to us this morning. And each one has a different perspective, as Prof. Rahima has said. And I'm more convinced than ever that we all need each other to make sure that our agenda for a cavity-free generation will be achieved, inshallah. So a little bit about our association. MAPPEACE was established in December 2009, and Prof. Rahima was our founding president. I remember it took some years for us to get this platform to be established. It was initiated to realize a unified platform for advocacy of issues related to the public oral health and those of significance to the dental public health specialty. So the aim of this association is to promote and advance the arts and science of dental public health and preventive dentistry for the benefit of the public, the dental profession, and to improve the teaching of the same. So our members cut across public sector, private sector, Ministry of Higher Education, where the academics are, and of course, the Ministry of Defense. So wherever there are dental public specialists, we are united under this umbrella. We also open membership for dentists with interest in dental public health. So collectively, we seek to be in the forefront of efforts to promote effective and equitable oral health care and oral health strategies in various settings, and to be supportive of evidence-based initiatives to control spread of oral and other related conditions and diseases through organized and holistic efforts. And so to achieve all these objectives, we are committed to synergistically work in partnership with all healthcare professionals, professional associations, government agencies, non-governmental organizations, relevant industries, private sectors, and communities. And grounded on these societal and multi-sectoral engagement, we envision a healthier and greater Malaysia, partly attributed to improved health literacy and oral health status. And I think this is also echoed by Dr. Leong, by Prof. Datuk Muhammad, also by Dr. Nomi herself, where all of us say that we need to work each other. So with this vision that every child born in 2026 and beyond should stay caries-free during their lifetime, the vision of ACFF um, is very appropriate to the mission and vision of NetPeace as well. And since we started to work with ACFF, NetPeace has always been supportive and be part of the activities that were done all these years by ACFF. And to talk about 2021, NetPeace has actually initiated or has rather organized some webinars, on topics that I feel support this vision as well. We had a webinar on SDF, the use of SDF, when we become more convinced, that this is something that we could explore in the light of COVID-19, the pandemic, issues with AGP and so on. We feel that public health dentists must know about SDF. We also had a webinar on patient education materials, where one of our members shared on how best we could communicate oral health messages to the public using materials that are literacy appropriate for all our people. And we also had a webinar on the role of the clinician in the dental public health specialist, DPHS as a clinician, where one of our members also shared about the klinik pakar kesihatan awam pergigian, and the activities are definitely in line with the vision of ACFF. One of the things before we start off that I'd like us to look at is some definitions. When we talked about dental caries, we all know what it is, and dental caries, if at the initial stage it is detected and recognized, the way we have been in the last few years considering caries, as Prof. Datuk Mat said, in the dental curriculum, we train our students, and we'd like dentists to be able to identify the initial stages of caries or demineralization. We also like parents of young children to be able to also recognize demineralization at this stage, so that it will not move, or it will not become a cavity. So with this vision of a cavity-free future generation, we of course would like to prevent dental caries in total. And as Dr. Liang correctly said, it's a mammoth task. But preventing early lesion from progressing into cavities is something that we believe would be achievable if we get our strategies right. Because a cavity is a tooth with caries that has progressed far enough to produce a collapse in the integrity of the outer enamel and exposing the inner dentine. So if this could be halted, then I believe we could meet our mission of cavity-free future generation. So this is somewhat the contents that I'll be talking about. I hope I have enough time to cover everything. Talk a little bit about the scenario on dental caries or dental cavities, if you wish, and the evidence and tools that we already have, and resources and opportunities that we may have. And by saying untapped, I do not mean entirely not utilized, but perhaps we could do more on tapping upon these resources and looking for opportunities to work together to advocate our agenda. And lastly, a little bit on the role of dental public health specialists, which is a lot of this is actually from my thinking, but I think it could represent the majority of our members, although I did not have the opportunity to actually get feedback from them about these thoughts. So the first one, to look at the impact of dental cavities on individual societies and healthcare systems. I'm not going to deliberate a lot about this because I think all the other speakers had mentioned, yeah, about the burden of dental caries. I don't know why the annotation is coming up. Okay. Just to say that dental caries is still the most prevalent health condition in the globe. The earlier global burden of disease study reported in 2010 reported 2.5 billion people globally has untreated, and we're talking about untreated dental caries, so it's not DMFT. It's about easily 1/3 of the world population. And in the last report in 2017, it is still about similar, yeah. Although the number has increased about 2.5 billion, it's also parallel to the increase in the world population as well. So we could expect that as the world population grow, we still expect it to grow in the future. The number of people affected by dental caries will also increase. And the definition used in the study is not the cavities or DMFT, but it's rather more on the impact or the burden of dental caries as measured by DALIs, how people are impacted because of problems with their untreated caries. So the policy implications from here is that everyone must be informed that dental caries pose a very serious population health challenge worldwide. So for as long as we know that, you know, as dentists, we know and we truly believe in that. But does everybody know that? So it is sort of our mission to make sure, you know, that everybody knows this. The public must know this. The policymakers must do this. Other healthcare workers must know this. Yeah, and that in spite of the health service or the dental care provided by the care providers, there is evidence that dental care has been somewhat neglected to be able to have such a huge burden and had such a huge impact on people's life. That action is urgently needed to improve population oral health. And whereas dental caries, it on impacts on individual societies, once you have it and it's not untreated and it becomes large cavities, it will impact an individual's life course, and it will until and unless the risk of dental caries is addressed for a particular individual or particular community, there will be a lifelong accumulation of this risk. People with dental caries will have pain and discomfort, loss of sleep, disturbance to their productivity, aesthetic problems, as we know, and function by, they can't chew efficiently, can't speak confidently, and then there is a high cost for treatment. Yeah, I have currently a postgraduate student in clinical pediatric dentistry. She's actually looking at the cost of general anesthesia, the cost of managing dental caries in pediatric cases. through general anesthesia, and the results are already in, and it's pretty huge. Yeah, we collected our data in UKM hospital, so that will be interesting to look at. That sometimes we know that there is a high cost, we know that there is burden, but we just don't have explicit evidence. We don't have the numbers. So this time we will be able to come up with some numbers from the university hospital. And on the other side of the coin, what does it mean to be cavity free? Less pain and discomfort in our lives, in the days of our life, which is caused by dental caries. And it's usually cavities, yeah, for something to, for dental caries to have such an impact, such as pain and discomfort, is usually already has progressed to the cavity, to be cavities. So we can, or people, individuals, societies can save money by avoiding having to pay for treatment, such as restorations, endodontics, extractions, and need for replacement, and so on and so forth. They would have better quality of life outcomes, better cosmetics, better appearance, fresh breath, social advantages, because they have healthy teeth and healthy mouths. It makes them more confident, and confidence go a long way for people's social relationships and professionalism as well. So there is a higher chance of maintaining teeth for life, and hence a better quality of life into the old age as well. So let's look at the evidence and tools that we have. Seriously, we do not need more evidence to show that preventing dental caries or dental cavities is possible. And there is wide acceptance that we have the science to be able to maintain teeth at a good level of health, either with sound surfaces, meaning that dental caries is totally prevented, or contained at stages before the disease progresses to cavitated decay that require restoration. But here's the thing. If preventive and or non-operative interventions are not put into place in the early stages, dental caries can progress to lesions involving macroscopic loss of the tooth surface integrity, and which leads to development of cavities. And as for tools, we have the tools, and I'm not going to talk about that. I think Prof. Mat had actually talked a lot about this. And we have moved away from the times of GB Black, when the times that I was a dental student, and Prof. Datuk Mat was my lecturer in Optech, operative dentistry. Prof, you taught me the blacks, everything. Okay, but we have moved from the restorative only pathway to a preventively oriented pathway, which is like ICCMS is one example. And the concept of minimal intervention dentistry, which is a holistic caries management of a caries management philosophy, is being taught to the young dental students, and this has been going on for many years. I think I myself have been in academia for 20 years, and at least 10 to 15 years of my life, we had been proponents of minimal intervention dentistry concept. Yeah? And these are some of the caries issues that have been highlighted by ACFF. To put everything in a nutshell, things that I had talked about earlier. Caries is a global public health problem, causing health, social, and economic consequences for individuals and countries. Problem is driven by increased global sugar and carbohydrate intake combined with poor oral hygiene, which shows that preventing dental caries totally is going to be very challenging. But with fluoride and other minimal intervention methods, we could actually prevent it from becoming cavities. Yeah. And although fluoride is an important intervention for primary prevention, many countries continue to struggle. But alhamdulillah, we are in Malaysia, and we are totally blessed that we have all this in place. There is a need for a new way of thinking about caries as a disease continuum that requires a comprehensive approach for prevention and management. And we need to focus now on translating this knowledge into action. We have the knowledge, we have the facts, we have the research, but we need to be doing more, and we need to be more effective. action is needed and caries deserve greater attention amongst all the stakeholders. And so let's look at some of the resources that we have. WHO is behind this, and there is a manual that is available for anyone, yeah, to prevent and put an end to childhood dental caries. And also recently, this is May 2021, where the World Health Assembly actually supports a resolution on oral health. The resolution urges member states to address key risk factors of oral diseases shared with other non-communicable diseases, such as high intake of free sugars and so on. So the point here is that there is in place that we could have the support of the World Health Assembly to put the dental agenda, yeah, into the health agenda in general. Dr. Nomi talked about a lot of these efforts that have been put in place in the Ministry of Health, and this is just one more, which is very recent, that we could, if the policymakers among us could actually take an advantage of. We see that in the last couple of years, especially, that there is a rise of teledentistry and patient-oriented measures in the world, yeah, and including Southeast Asia. I believe in Malaysia, teledentistry has also picked up, and I'm not surprised that the Ministry of Health has also put this in the agenda to come. And again, these are all, I would think, opportunities. If the patient cannot come to us, or we could go to them. We could, when there is no dentist, parents or teachers can be taught on how to actually identify early dental lesions, dental caries lesions, and we could actually advise for them to get the treatment from the dentist. This was also very recently launched on the 17th September 2021, an implementation guide for mobile technologies for oral health. So cannot, and we do not want to run away from these opportunities. And these are really current. This is the way forward, and it's something that we would want to get our hands on as well as DPHS. And also pretty recent, the use of essential medicines by the WHO, all this while has not considered any dental preparations. But and so it was really exciting, yeah, and hopeful for us that they have now included some dental preparations into what they consider as essential medicines for governments around the world to make available for the people. And some of it is fluoride, yeah, to make sure that there is the recommended formulation of fluoride in whatever formulation that they are relevant or applicable to a particular country, and inclusion also of glass ionomer cement and SDF on the core of the list of essential medicines. Now, isn't that great? And these are opportunities that we could, you know, take advantage of. Yeah. So finally, what do I think then the DPHS should do in order to meet this goal of a cavity-free generation? For METIs in particular, our members are actually everywhere, and most of them, or many, not most, maybe many, many of them hold strategic positions in whatever organizations that they are in. that they are able to be a part of decision making or strategic planning, and this is such a huge advantage for us. You may not be doing it as a MedPeace member, but the fact that you are a DPHS in the Ministry of Health gives you an opportunity or a heads up to how we would put this cavity-free future agenda onto the page, higher up on the page. DPH, or the Public Health, is defined by the this is American Board of Dental Public Health as the science and art of preventing and controlling dental diseases and promoting dental health through organized community efforts. Going down to the community, look at what the community needs, asking the community what they think they need, what are their problems, and the efforts need to be put together by the community itself. So it is that form of dental practice that serves the community as a patient rather than individual. We are again fortunate in Malaysia that many of the recommended evidence-based preventive community strategies are already in place in Malaysia. So well done to our counterparts in the Ministry of Health. And so they must be supported. Yeah, all the plans and all the strategic plans and all the policies must be supported. As much as we need to support MDA activities, as much as we need to support the Dental Deans Council activities in the curriculum, we need to support the Ministry of Health activities as well. Yeah, and we could do that by understanding the health system's landscape, whereby we have the health system, which is derived from the healthcare system, public health system, and the individual practice. But this whole health system is within political and social systems. And so in order for the health system to run efficiently, to be of good quality and to be delivering what we would like to deliver, we need to tackle political and the social system as well. We are part of that, and it has to be partnered with all the relevant entities as itemized here. Oops. And we need to revisit the social determinants of our health, and we must tackle the needs of the underserved and the vulnerable. Yeah, although we have systems, we have programs, is there anyone who is being left out? Dr. Leong mentioned 25% of our population will seek treatment, and the rest we don't have any knowledge about what happened and how they take care of their dental health. And broadly speaking, the global population as well as our local population can be divided into these 4 segments. Yeah, those who show high compliance in preventing dental caries and lots of access to care, we don't need to worry about them. Those who are willing to show high motivation but not much access to care. Why? What is their problem? So we need to address this access to care issues. And then we have those who do not show high compliance and yet have the needed access to care. What do we do about them? And finally, the 4th group, which is the group that we should be more concerned about, is that they do not show high compliance and they do not have much access to care and seriously disadvantaged. Okay, I don't think I have much time though. Okay, this slide actually, I wish to actually enhance, okay, on the role of the community engagement. And while there is a health system, a WHO health system building blocks in the diagram, if we do not become, we do not bridge the community with the system, it's not going to work. Yeah, and again, the circle outside, the blue circle, collaboration across sectors, we've talked about this. And what we want at the end of the day is equity, health equity and health outcomes that are good. Again, PPP, the public-private partnership, let's make it happen, guys. Okay, and maybe some of this is some of the ways that it can be done through attractive financing schemes. WHO had identified a basic package for a care. We could study that. We could add on to that. We could extend, expand, and use it to our benefit. Yeah, but this requires negotiations from many parties, and I think I can see that MTA, MOH, even the Dental Deans Council have have tremendous skills at negotiation to be able to make a lot of things work. So PPP is something that can work and has been shown to work up to a certain extent. And DPHS need to be strong advocates for integrated care pathways with NCDs, yeah, looking at common respected approach. It is something that we've talked about for many years. So it's time to step up and make it happen. Yeah, so that we can reduce not only dental caries, we could reduce comorbidity, avoid duplication of conflicting health messages, more cost effective, and support SDG 3, yeah, for health and well-being for all. And it doesn't matter whether we have a position in any organization or not. The training that we have received as DPHS has somewhat prepared us to lead and advocate wherever we are. We have a good cause, we need to lead, and we need to advocate for others to come on board. And one of the important things that we need in order to make evidence-based policy making, evidence-based strategic planning is to have data that is reliable, data that is data that is relevant to a particular policy that we want to make. Yeah, so we need to understand, think this through, answer these questions. What data do we need? Do we have them? Okay, and if we do, are we using this data appropriately? We have data and they just sit in the computer, or sometimes we just make a very general frequency sort of report. Are we not using it appropriately? Do we have data? No. What? No data? Okay, time to conduct some audit and look at the way we are doing things, studies or document analysis. And I think there are many experts from among us or outside our circle, our fraternity. We could engage these experts to help us come up with timely data, relevant data, reliable and useful to us. Okay, I think this is my last slide. I could go on and on to talk about what we need to do, because I guess while we need to support other activities, support ACFF, support MDA, support MOH, but we ourselves as DPHS or members of MedPeace, we need to, I think, be more proactive. Yeah, be more in the forefront as we want to be, because we have been exposed to the required competencies. But we need to push ourselves to be better versions of ourselves, and we need to upskill ourselves so that we can upscale the things that we want to do to achieve more of our mission and vision and all the goals. So these are just some of the things that I'm just showing to you, to us, me as well. Okay, being challenged to upskill myself so that we can upscale. So we need to know and learn more about digital literacy, because everything is digital nowadays, and what we can do out there, what we can't, is also very important. We need to learn about behavioral psychology, because we know that oral diseases are behavioral based. People want to brush or not, people want to eat well or not, people want to exercise or not. So how do we engage the community? Data analytics, not just not just analyzing data, but we need to know what kind of data that we need. Yeah. I've mentioned leadership and advocacy many times, because I do believe that we would go far with leadership and advocacy negotiation is under this having the ability to have a vision and translate this vision into action, evaluating those activities to see whether they're good or not. It doesn't matter, as I said, whether you have, a ketua in front of you, like you're the head of something. You don't have to be a head of anything. You don't have to be the president of MedPeace or whatever to be wanting to be able to do something. Okay, and communication, clear communication, using the right terms, using the right words, and the things that we communicate has to be evidence based. Okay, and I think we're all good with that, but we can be better because now communication takes place in the social media platform. So how are we going to deal with that? And we need to have a little bit more of knowledge on health financing and economics. So because we know everything is so expensive and becoming more expensive nowadays, so how do we manage our resources to make sure that we get the value of what we have spent, and more, many more. But I think I will just stop here. Prof. Rahima, I hope I have not taken any more time than I should. So thank you for your attention, and to echo what Prof. Rahima mentioned, ACFF is about uniting to stop cavities and fighting for a healthier future. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Prof. Tuti. I like it. DPHS need to be strong advocates for integrated care pathway. That's exactly what we need to empower our population towards a better future and to better future in terms of oral health. Yeah. I'm sure there are burning questions, and you have heard from all our 4 esteemed speakers from different perspectives. Everybody is talking from their hearts out, and it is very enlightening to hear them. And good ideas, move forward, realizing the problems that we have now. And again, I put the blessing to the pandemic COVID-19 for giving us time to do the reflection and to revisit. So while I have a look, I'm sure there are many burning questions. We are opening to all the Facebook, to the YouTube as well as Webex. And while I'm looking, while I have a look at some of the questions, it looks like quite a number. And in the next 55 years, I will pass back the speaker to our able MC, Dr. Ramina, to prepare for the Q&A session. Thank you very much. I'll see you again in a few minutes.
All right, thank you, Prof. Rahima. Yes, we do have a lot of burning questions coming in, and there are very interesting questions that are coming in. So stay still. We are going to call back all our speakers so that we can discuss all these questions. So, but first of all, I'm going to thank first Dr. Nurmi Uthman, Professor Dr. Muhammad Ibrahim, Dr. Leong Kijo, and Professor Dr. Tuti Ningsih for the excellent talk. Plenty of food for thought from all the different sectors, the different ways to achieve that one common goal. Now, it is my pleasure to have all speakers back on screen for the Q&A session. Sadly, Dr. Normi could not join us for the Q&A as she has attended a very important meeting. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule. But fret not, we have with us Dr. Fauzia from Oral Health Ministry of Health to answer on behalf of Dr. Normi. So welcome, speakers. We would invite all the speakers to unmute the mic.
Yes, please unmute the speakers. Please unmute your mic as well as put on your video so we can see all of you. Can we start? We have approximately 55 minutes or so, but we may not be able to cover all the issues. I think it's been very this year, but we're trying to save some and reply somehow, during by WhatsApp or whatever, access to it. Okay, let's go with the first one, Nina.
The first question, this is for the oral health division. The question goes, how do you envision success of the sparkling smile? And do you think it is possible to meet the timeline? So I believe this is a question for Dr. Fauzia. We have Dr. Fauzia on the line.
Dr. Fauzia?
Yeah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can you repeat the question?
Sure. The question goes, how do you envision the success of the sparkling smile? And do you think it is possible to meet the timeline?
Okay. Okay, thank you. Quite interesting question. Okay. First of all, sparkling smile is actually is a pilot project done by Selangor Oral Health Divisions. Evaluation was done by Selangor Oral Health Division, and from the evaluation, we can see that how the a private practitioner can contribute to improve oral health status of our toddlers, our kids. So in terms of timeline, it was done in 2017. They actually the Sparkle Smile they are ongoing, but based on their pilots, we continue. We feel that this is benefit and interesting. That's why we want to. We came up with one very standardized guidelines to implement for the whole nation. So that's what we started in 2020. Supposed to be 2020, but unfortunately because of this COVID, the thing is in this year officially we started this year. So the effect of this we can't really see. The whole nation implementation will not yet see. That we just started this implementation. So, I hope I'm answering this. The details of the pilot project, I think on this language can give the details. But we can see how the project really improve our coverage of kids, our toddlers, and that's why we want to expand it to the whole nation.
Thank you, Dr. Fauzia. I think that explains it all. And I'm sure if we go along and work as envisioned by the Minister of Health, we will reach there somehow with the timeline. Now, another question, interesting one here, is open to anyone in the panel. It's from a young grad, yeah? There's young grad. Can I ask the panelists' opinion regarding the differences in the ICDAS classification taught in the dental schools and the modified version of ICDAS used in the Malaysian Ministry of Health? This is because it does not tally with the international consensus. This perhaps may also complicate and make it difficult to compare research data. Prof. Mat.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Rahima. Yes, I'm aware that what we have do the dental schools in Malaysia is slightly different from what the worldwide classification of ICDAS, because we try to simplify the classification to make it easy, to also. Otherwise, you can see we have made a grouping as compared to the world classification of ICDAS. So we try to make it easy and easier for our students. Of course, you want to compare with research-wise overseas. I mean, it will not be difficult for you. But what we in the dental school is want to make it easy. First, at this stage, to make sure that people really understand how to do the proper classification for the new, necessarily this is a Malaysian perspective. It's not the same as what is going on in the world. Is that in our context, that's what we want to make sure that the students, it's easy for the students for the time being. Later on, when everybody are comfortable with that, then we will expand back in future to suit the world, the one that recommended by ACFF, to make so that everybody is on the same platform. But for now, I think what we have done among the dental school is to make sure that it's easy for our students, easy for the staff. It's difficult sometimes to change, to change, especially for those who are in, I mean, senior staff, for example, they are very comfortable with the black. Sometimes we go to ICDAF with all the so many figures, 3 figures thing you have to code, plus, minus, A, B, 1, 2. So it's a bit difficult. So that's why we group certain 1 and 2 or something so that to make it easy for the staff. And later on, when everybody is comfortable, then we will move back forward slowly. That's why I agree with the question. It's not the same as what the rest are doing, but this is a Malaysian perspective. That's what we agreed upon, and we hope that slowly we will move on to change. The same thing with if you talk about a competency, for example, the Dean's Council of Malaysia also did the competency. Our competency are different from that in ASEAN. Sometimes, in fact, we are. But we accept that you have to be different, but the minimum standard must be there. Minimum standard must be there. So as I said, yes, it's not the same as the world, but this is Malaysian perspective. We want to make it easy for the students, especially you want to change the system, you want to make it easy for the student, and later on when everybody is comfortable, then we will revise accordingly. Prof. Rahima? Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Mat. Yeah. Practice makes perfect. So the theories we need in the schools, obviously we need to teach the right thing. Okay, so we go ideal, but on the ground, we should adapt. So I'm sure our graduates, young graduates, will be able to adapt very easily because all of them will have to be in the system for at least for a year. Yeah, next question, Nina. What do we have here?
All right, next in the comment section, there's a question by Dr. Abdul Rauf Badul Hisham. It's quite a long question, so I'll try my best to summarize it, and I hope it covers it. He basically asks, during these 2 years of pandemic, most of our oral health services is at halt. All our outreach programs has been delayed and postponed. So the awareness, we're doing mostly awareness through social media, and that might be not sufficient as for the people in the rural area. So ECC percentage might be increasing since pandemic COVID-19 as neglection in oral care and preventive measures, especially those places in Sabah who does not have fluoridation. So his question is that how can we tackle this situation from the perspective of MOH, the private sector and the university perspective? Thank you for the question, Dr. Abdul. Very interesting question.
Okay.
I think that is open to anyone here, especially from the Ministry of Health, from Dr. Yong. Okay. Yeah. Now that we have postponed most of our outreach programs because of pandemic.
Kita ada community empowerment. Okay, Prof. Rahima, can I answer this?
Yes, Prof. Yeah, Dr. Fazil.
Yeah. Everyone agree that COVID-19 is very challenging to our oral healthcare system. As for MOH, in the first phase, yes, we are focused more on emergency services. But now, with the current situations, we are open now. Our clinics are open every day for outpatient, although we have to follow the SOP. I think it's the same, whether private or in universities, the same. We have our SOP that we have to follow. In terms of outreach services, yes, it's put on hold school program, we cannot go to the school and do our usual or services. But anyhow, at a state level, we do have our initiative, our own initiative, whereby we give an appointment. We contacted school, we collaborate with a school where we give an appointment. They come to our clinic. In fact, there are clinics where they schedule the appointment during the weekend, so parents can bring the children to school, to the clinic. And then we that means services was given based on appointment basis. And in terms of oral health promotion, we collaborate with school whereby we identify slot in our in their PDPR.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that oral health promotion were given through PDPR, through their online system. And another initiative was we do have our community empowerment program whereby our IGG will still continue their oral health promotion. So yeah, we are aware services cannot give as usual before COVID, but these are initiatives that are being developed in order to assure that public receive our services. But I hope with this endemic, we can slowly continue our usual outreach services in a new norm with SOP.
Thank
That
you
is
very
our
much
MOH perspective.
for your opinion. But I think we cannot wait for the pandemic to be over or the endemic
Yeah.
to come in place, because it really is going to be there with us all along. Perhaps Dr. Leong,
Yeah.
can you give us some insights and your opinion? How would your private practitioners approach our situation right now? You know, we're not able to give them services because of the shutdown, and yet, as you mentioned earlier, you are expecting more and more to come forward with the need for treatment because of the problems over the months of not seeing a dentist. Dr. Leong?
Yes, thank you, Prof. Rahima. Okay, now the COVID-19 has actually opened up a Pandora box. You know, a lot of opportunities that we have never thought possible is now possible. I think it is exciting. We learned so much from the COVID-19 pandemic. And one of them is, I think, I must say, is actually the IT literacy. Okay, even my dad, who is 80 years old now, is able to use his handphone to download apps. He's able to watch awareness programs or maybe even news from his handphone. I think the public has now gone very much further ahead in terms of tapping onto the social media. So even though we have a lack of patient contact during the COVID pandemic, and probably even especially during the height of the pandemic, I think there is still room for us to play, you know, whereby the awareness program, oral health instructions can still be disseminated through social media. And I think the COVID-19 has actually opened up this opportunity to the whole world. There is a big place that we can play, that to fill up the gap where we cannot, you know, see patients to give, you know, preventive talks and so on. So I think the IT literacy is actually on the rise, and I think we should actually take note on that. And yes, of course, during the height of the pandemic, patients the public are probably also scared, you know, to come to see the dentist. Is it safe to come to see the dentist? Can I get COVID from seeing a dentist and so on? So I think that there's a lot of things that we need to do to gain back that confidence in the public to seek dental treatment. Right. Of course, yes, we know that the COVID-19 pandemic has actually shut a lot of the dental services, especially during the height of the pandemic. But if you look at the data presented by FDI, World Dental Federation, there is evidence that caries incidents have actually increased during the pandemic, but we do not have the data here in Malaysia. Maybe I'm not aware, but I think there is a significant problem that is arising in terms of oral care, oral diseases as a consequence of the COVID-19 pandemic. So I think the public sector may be actually seeing a big influx of patients coming to the public sector for treatment. Of course, these are many factors. Of course, like I said, the loss of income for many may actually driven them to go for so-called a cheaper alternative. But I won't say it's cheap. You see, I think dental treatment is actually heavily subsidized in the Ministry of Health. Okay, and of course, I know coming to see a dentist in the private, there is a cost to pay. And of course, most of the time it's actually from the own pocket of the patient themselves. Okay. Now, we see this problem. Okay. We talk about universal health coverage, but it does not mean that universal health coverage is actually free for all, irrespective of the cost of treatment. So I think we need to look at that carefully, and to see what is the key word in this universal health coverage for all? It is actually sustainability. I think that is important. The key factor is sustainability in actually ensuring dental treatment is pushed across to our public, be it in the public sector or in the private sector. Somebody has to pay for it, okay? Whether it is fully subsidized by the Ministry of Health or from the pocket of the patients or even from the insurance company that we actually that some of them are now coming up with. So I think in short, okay, we need to work together so that there is equal access for our public in time to come, especially post COVID-19. Thank you.
Now you mentioned it. I think that it's time for us to now consider having insurance for everybody. We have been talking about insurance schemes for oral health, but it never materializes. So perhaps, what do you think, Dr. Prof. Tuti is actually in financing, so of oral health. So perhaps you have some views, Prof. Tuti?
Thank you, Prof. I mentioned just a little bit about that just now in my talk, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to to talk a bit more about that. I think the idea of coming up with a financing scheme has been toyed over many years and many ministers of health, from it becoming a social health insurance to voluntary health insurance and the SPCA and so on. But one of the ideas that I have, or rather we've talked about it among people in this area, is that when we go for PPP, the private public sector partnership, then the financing scheme could fund the dental care or what the benefit package that people can get from the private sector. So it's along those lines. It should be catering for people who are not able to pay out of pocket, and yet they could come to the Ministry of Health, but as Dr. Leong correctly mentioned, that is heavily subsidized. Someone has to pay for it. So social health insurance is one way that we could perhaps achieve that. And Prof, if I may, could I just address the question about access to care during the pandemic? I agree that it has opened a Pandora box. It has given us a lot of opportunity to do things differently. But I just want to throw a question. Not saying that not saying that we're not doing our best all this while, but we have expanded a lot of resources for the oral health promotion programs. We have the toddler program, we have the antenatal program, all the way from cradle to, well, not grave, but you know what I mean. So ideally, I'm just speaking ideally, right? As an academic, if all these activities of health promotion, of engaging the people, empowering the people that we have done for so many years, if these efforts or initiatives are effective, then I don't think we should, I mean, if they are effective, then people will be good in self-care. So if we lock down for 6 months or a year, if we had been effective, then people will still brush their teeth and people will still eat well and so on and so forth. But as I said, I'm just throwing that idea. It's just ideal. But perhaps this is time, as Prof. Rahima mentioned, that at this point, today, the 13th of October, the World Diabetic-Free Future Day, it's time to reflect. It's time to reflect and see whether the resources that we've spent, where is it effective? Is there anywhere that we could do better? Where are we so concerned that when we lock down, people are going to have cavities? Again, I do not mean to say we're not good, but just to throw the idea. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you so much. Yeah, now that we have heard from the three of them, I think what is important during this pandemic is that we need to go all out. Curious activity is relentless. It just goes on if you are not taking your care of your oral hygiene. So what we need probably is, as everybody seems to be pointing out, is about the importance of advocacy using the IT. How about, and I know some of the schools during the last 2 years have actually, community programs is actually compulsory, for year 4 and students to do. And yet they were not able to do. And they have come up with so much innovation, virtual, everything is virtual. But the other thing is also, I noted that our population, not everybody is conversant or comfortable with reading or hearing or listening in English. So perhaps we need to move on with the Malay version, the Bahasa Malaysia version of the IT social media that we are doing now. Actually, social media campaign is to encourage such. Now, there are 4 dental schools in Malaysia which are offering public health as a specialty program, postgraduate. Datuk Mat,
Yeah.
what is your thoughts about that? Can they do the part and of IT building up?
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Rahima, for the question posed. But as well, the pandemic has create a different. We have be innovative in our things. Many of the programs they have done online. In fact, one of our, as you said, our MSc DPH program, Prof. Rahima, said about a full semester was online and conducted. They even do conference online, all sorts of things. And from the student perspective, undergraduate, we also have modified the competency where some of the procedures, like for example, tobacco cessation, now they can do virtual in terms of consultation. Yeah, we have moved forward with that to move into a different how we do things. Inside interview of students also we have some to do on virtual. So this I think that we have opened up to suit the current status. Okay, and as I said, many more programs that we are doing now that we try to suit the situation. Although it's never the same, we have to do face to face like we used to do before. But slowly, but then we are trying to do to innovate it, to do things the way that to suit the pandemic situation, especially the online, as Dr. Leong said. Even his father at 80 years old also now begin to download from the handphone. So what more, our students who are very IT savvy, they can do a lot more from the handphone. And then of course, people like me, I'm still stuck with old fashioned. I know I have Facebook, but I'm not that active or whatever. But I still monitor what is going on. But as I said, yeah, we dental school, we have changed a lot in terms of how we access our students, how we interview our students, how even we have exam online from from not just SAQ, MCQ, but also OSCE also we are doing that online already with proper monitoring, proctoring, all these are to suit the current situation. For now, only the dental school, we will request that only the exit year 5 OSCE to be physical, but the rest they can go online. Examination. That's how we try to, for the dental school, we try to suit the environment. And back to the question just now about how the pandemic is affecting the university. Yeah, initially, yes, we were about reserve what type of patient we will see during the pandemic. In fact, during the PKPD, we are still open. During the PKPD, we are still open, but of course to emergency cases. But and then later on, we open up slightly. We have on-calls, and now things are getting better. We are not like other shopping mall. They say you come in, you show your MySejahtera. If you are no yellow, you cannot come in. You must be full yellow, all these things. But we are health sector, be the university, MOH, or even the private setting, we have to treat. We have no choice. In this meeting last week, that we decided that we will attend all patients that come to us. So up to us to take the precaution how we manage the cases. For example, others are suggesting that, okay, those who are not vaccinated, we will consider doing emergency treatment, or we'll consider asking them to do a saliva test before we do a full treatment, or sort of things, but we will never reject any patient coming to us. And back to the community service where we talk about outreach program. Yeah, of course, some schools, we have very strong. We have dental mobile clinic to go outreach. But during the pandemic, we are not able to go out. But now since things are opening up, we will mobilizing back our mobile team so that we will serve the community, to the underprivileged area. And so we also went to the Orang Asli last time. We also went to Felda, I think things like that settled down. We even adopt a village of a village in the Felda, and we go back from time to time. So we hope that as things get better, our service, not just as the one we do at the school, but also our outreach program, we will enhance we'll continue back the outreach program. Thank you, Prof. Rahimah.
Thank you, Prof. Mat. The thing is, I'm also hearing here, netizen or our colleague here, on hearing Dr. Leong mentioning about the need for data research, immediate research of the situation in pandemic. Now that I hope our universities, with all the postgraduate training there, that's your research pool. Yeah, that's the research questions. It's open for you to help the Ministry of Health. Don't be dependent on them alone to do the early data collection and share with us next time. Who knows, we'll have the second virtual meeting. Now, let's move on. Another question that is burning, is about manpower. Yes. Dr. Leong has presented just now that we have 11,000, and I've been very naughty, instigating on the question perhaps, but there is people who are interested to know about this. Is 11,500 dentists in the country sufficient to serve the 32.5 million population today? And what more in 2030, when we have more than 35 million population? What would be your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen of the panel? I'm opening to everyone here. Dr. Leong first, perhaps, because he puts up the suggestion and that's taken up by the colleague on the from where? From the YouTube? WebEx, from the WebEx.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Rahimah. Yes, I think there was these questions, posted by the Malaysian Dental Association, even to the oral health program. Okay, what is the ideal ratio of dentists to the population? Now, we cannot follow the ratio set by other countries because every country has a different different cultural background, a different social economic background, and just look at Malaysia itself. Where are the population? Where are they densely located, in which part of the country, and so on. Now, of course, okay, at the moment, I think if I'm not mistaken, the ratio is about 1 to about 3,000 or 4,000 ratio, for dentists to to the population. Is this figure adequate, or do we need more? Okay, this is a tricky question to answer. Even I cannot answer it personally, you see. Now, of course, there is. I will personally say that I think the important thing is actually for a better distribution of dental services in the country, rather than to look at the ratio of dentists to population. That is my take for it. Okay. Of course, we can actually go on and churn out as many dentists, as many dental practitioners in years to come with the moratorium being lifted. But of course, there are also consequences to it. If they actually come into private practice, for example, where will they be opening the clinics? Are they going to continue opening in areas which are really densely populated with so many private dental clinics? Or are they going to move to other areas in the country which are actually more suburban or probably rural? Will it be beneficial to the returns of the clinic? Of course, there are so many factors that we need to look at. So personally, if you ask me, I think we need to look at the distribution of the services, dental health services in the country, rather than to look at the ratio for the time being.
Now, let's hear from Dr. Fauzia. What you are the provider, I mean, to everywhere. So let's hear from the representative, the Minister of Health. What would your thoughts be?
Okay.
Sufficient?
Yeah,
Sufficient?
sufficient, Prof. Rahima. This, like what Dr. Leong say, we can see how many is sufficient at the moment, because we
Okay, while waiting for Dr. Fauzia, she seems to be having a problem with the internet here. Now, let me just share with you, frankly speaking, I'm associated with also some of the bodies, worldly, and there is no specific 1:4,000 population ratio. Because if you're counting based on the number of bodies, yes, but we dentists don't treat just one body. We treat so many things. One body plus 32 teeth, and if it's a child, plus 20 teeth. So, if you really want to be realistic about the necessity of coming up with the ratio, then you should put all these factors into the formula, then you get the right one. That was based on my PhD as well. This is many years ago. Yeah. So, okay, Dr. Fauzia, you're back.
yeah, I'm back. So, Prof. Yeah, I think like what we have mentioned earlier, we can see how many we need, but we cannot afford in MOH. We cannot afford to put. We have limited space. We have limited facility, limited limited assets. So I think we have to collaborate. Wherever we have first in terms of distribution, wherever public MOH, there's no MOH facility, I think the private sector have to accommodate. We try to redistribute our facility services so that services can be accessed by others, by all of our population. We don't only focus on this in Klang Valley. We have to redistribute. Our private sector can just fill in wherever MOH not in there. I think, and another thing, Prof, I think we have to if we focus on treatment I don't think we can won't be end with this way. We should focus on prevention. We need to reorientate of our healthcare services. We should support SCCF for cavity free of our population in future. That is for me.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Fauzia. Now, actually, food for thought for everyone, it's 5 years to teach, to come out with a graduate as a dentist. Perhaps we need to think about also auxiliary manpower. Yeah, so, to think about that. Dr. Tuti, Prof. Tuti, how about going for, building up auxiliaries? Datuk Mat,
Yes.
line.
Yeah, the auxiliaries are very important, especially, our dental therapists can do a lot of health promotion activities. Also, they are somewhat closer to the community, and from time to time, I believe they need to be given an opportunity to also upskill themselves through some sort of certification. In UKM, we have some ideas to perhaps be preparing something also, which we may like to offer sort of what we call CJL professional or something. It's an opportunity for dental therapists to receive a bit more upskilling. Yeah, but we need to discuss that later, inshallah.
Thank you so much for your thoughts. How about Dato? Any comment? Short one, please.
Yeah, I want to respond just now, but Dr. Tuti responded first.
Prof panggil saya tadi.
Okay, so I let her respond, right? As you know that beside BDS and also postgrad program, we have seen now many auxiliary program has been developed. Of course, initially we have the DSA programs, and then we convert from initially from only a certificate. They have some have upgrade to diploma. And we have also BDentech, from diploma, either then also for the degree. But of course, that should be no issue because the DSA and BDentech is not part of the we call that the New Dental Act Council, where they are subject to the New Dental Act. They can go to the Dental Auxiliary Act, which can easily be passed. But when we talk about the therapists, okay, the therapist component, we have seen that one private university has submitted a therapist component, and then he has gone to evaluation, but we are stuck with the Dental Act. They are concerned, but in the Dental Act, there is no hygiene, this type of job scope. So it's been debated for quite 2 or 3 already dental council meeting about this, how to go on with the therapy. I know Prof. Rahima in the council with me. We are supportive of this, but some are scared that they are taking over the dental's job. And as Dr. Tuti said, therapists more of counseling or what do you call it? We go to outreach, to talks or seminar, and also we're talking about career guidance for a career advancement for our therapists, because the medical program has gone to the masters, whereas our dental, the oral health in the dental therapies are stuck to the diploma. We want to upgrade them to the degree program, expanded the job scope, but within the limits of the council. So, but the question is that, of course, we don't have hygienists in Malaysia. But worldwide, they have hygienists, but in the Dental Act, our Dental Act doesn't have hygienists. That's another issue that our BR are stuck in the council. And as far as UITM, also, we also have planned. We have got approval to start from KPT to offer this program, but now at evaluation stage, but knowing that we are stuck at KKM, at the Dental Council, so we are slowing down and to see what is the council direction in terms of job scope, what can be done as a therapist or a hygienist, so that in line that we can upgrade our services to complement, not to compete, to complement with our BDS or DDS graduate. So I hope that our council, I know they have formed a committee to look into this expanded job scope. We hope that you can settle, and then many, if that is settled, and then we can see many more dental school, be it private or public, will come up with a program to complement the BDS, not to take over the job, but to complement the doctors, the dentists in the country. So I'm looking forward, because actually, in fact, Prof. Rahima, in 2013, UITM has submitted a BOS program to Ministry of Health, and our document that was returned back because at that time, the council or the Ministry of Health said that we don't need that scope of this group of people. So they returned it back now. Now we are resubmitting. We can see that although we have talked to the periodontists, especially they are supportive of the because this is a therapist program. A hygienist, which the country needs, so that the specialists in perio can focus on other things such as surgery, all these things, whereas the therapy, the hygienist or therapist, can do the simple job and also help the dentist. In fact, in US, we know that the hygienist is earning more than the dentist, because all this job, and some dentists are doing hygienist work in US. So I think if our council can come back with a fast decision, I'm sure we can upgrade. I mean, not just upgrade our status, our hygienists, therapists, but give them some career advancement as compared to our medical colleague has gone through masters and PhD, but we are still stuck with diploma about the especially oral health therapist. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Mat. Now I think we will just we have so many other questions, but I'm so sorry, time is almost up. We would like all the four speakers to just give us 2 lines, 1 minute perhaps, on this issue, which one of the netizens put themselves there, as most of the programs have been done. The major contributor for this effort is the rakyat themselves. We can see that many initiatives done towards the community empowerment, but how can you get them mentally and physically actively involved and eventually change towards a more positive behavior? So 1 minute, we'll start off with Dr. Fauzia. Dr. Fauzia?
Yes, sir. 1 minute. Okay.
Take home message.
The take home message now. Oral health is responsibility of everyone. It's not only our dental fraternity. That's why now you are approached now. We are not we should focus on prevention, where we need to empower our community to be responsible of their health. So we have lined up a few of activity we work together with Ministry of Health and other ministry also. I hope we all will support this program, and with that I hope we can achieve our cavity-free population by cavity-free population.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fauzia. Can we have last words from Dr. Leong?
Thank you, Prof. Rahima. Okay, I won't say it very long. Okay, I think what is important that I've learned from the past is all stakeholders, all key players in the oral health service, we need to come with one common theme, one common message for the public, so that we are all focused. Thank you.
So much. Our next invitation goes to Professor Dr. Muhammad Ibrahim.
Thank you. As far as the university is concerned, we of course will support. I know, as you said just now, Prof. Rahima, I'm a restorative dentist, but of course prevention is the main thing. Prevention will help a lot of things. we see a lot of trouble. So besides that, we will support this preventive program to make a caries-free, nation caries-free. But as far as education is concerned, we will keep up to date with the trend. We will to make sure that our delivery, our issues are coming. We are contemporary. We are in line with whatever challenges that we are facing to make teachings easier for the student to understand and for people to understand that our academic moving forward and in tandem with the current situation the world is facing. Thank you very much, Parliament.
Well, last but not least, last is always precious. So my colleague,
Alamak, Prof. Pressure saya.
last words from you, please.
Okay, and I think I've said it a few times that the need to advocate, negotiate, assume a leadership role, even if you don't have a position, is something that every DPHS or even every dentist could actually take home as a message. And as one of the questions just now, it's all about the rakyat. So it is from the rakyat, for the rakyat. Kita pun, we are all part of the rakyat. So the need to actually engage community leaders, the need to reach out to other stakeholders, non-dental actors in health are all very important skills, as well as communication. To advocate, we need to have very good communication skills as well. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone, of our speakers. Well, everybody has its end. I believe much has been learned from all our 4 esteemed speakers. They have been giving us different perspectives. And it is time to put our hands together to move toward as a team and move forward as a team. Together, everyone achieve more. And we shall then see the goal to be achieved together. As today's moderator, I would like to thank all the speakers and the attentive audience. A privilege to have been able to complete this assignment given to me for everyone. I will now return the speaker to our MC, Dr. Ranina, once again for the final announcement of the social media campaign winners. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a safe trip or safe home care wherever you are. Thank you.
That was one load of an impactful discussion. Thank you, speakers, for the valuable insights, and thank you, participants, for the engaging response. A little housekeeping note. First, the QR code and link for attendance has now been made available on the screen. Do fill out the Google form. You wouldn't want to miss out on the tipping points for this. Right, now the most anticipated part of the program, the announcement of winners for the social media campaign competition. So I would like to call upon Dr. Haslina Rani, the head of organizing committee for social media campaign competition, to say a few words on how the judging process goes. Please welcome Dr. Haslina.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nina. I know everyone is eager to know who will be making history as winners of our first ever social media campaign competition. But before that, allow me to share with you just a little bit about the social media competition that we had. As everyone is aware, social media plays an important role in our lives now more than ever. Even our event today streamed live to social media platforms and could later be replayed as many times at any time. Social media has helped us reach and engage with more people, which in turn helps in mass delivery of oral health messages at a very low cost. Tapping into the potential of social media, we at ACFF Malaysia chapter thought, hey, let's have a grand World Cavity Free Future Day celebration by organizing a social media campaign competition for the Malaysian dental professionals. With the theme of Towards a Cavity-Free Generation, the campaign kicked off for 1 week from September 26, 2021. To our surprise, we received participation from 216 teams involving more than 700 dentists and dental therapists. Our judges really had a difficult time deciding who should be the winner. After removing technical knockouts, the first round of judging was done to select the top 24 finalists. Assessments were done based on the creativity, quality, and the originality of the campaign materials, as well as the strategy and efforts shown towards the campaign. Another set of judges then assessed these top 24 finalists to select the top 10 winners. The social media campaign committee then went through the marks and social media accounts to confirm the results. And finally, the results were endorsed by the WCFFD 2021 ACFF Malaysia Chapter Committee. Well, now is the time that everyone has been waiting for, but before that, please give a big applause and thank all our judges from the DRDPH program, Faculty of Dentistry UITM, and the Malaysian Association of Dental Public Health Specialists for the just and fair assessment of the participation. And our sincere gratitude also goes to our collaborators, Colgate Palmolive Malaysia Berhad, Sdn Berhad, and the Malaysian Association of Dental Public Health Specialists for sponsoring this event. Without further ado, we bring to you the winners of WCFFD 2021 ACFF Malaysia Chapter Social Media Campaign Competition. Back to you.
Congratulations to all winners and heartiest congratulations to all participants for the hard work. So don't worry, we will contact all the winners for the e-certificate and prize. All right, so we have come to an end of our program. We hope that the program today was fruitful and shed some light on important key factors in achieving a cavity-free future. It is nearly impossible to single-handedly make this dream come true, but with an excellent teamwork from various bodies and fresh ideas from the new generation, nothing is impossible. So I challenge my fellow colleagues, do something extraordinary, and let's make this dream into a reality together. All right? So before we close our session today, there's a special request for a group selfie, pandemic/virtual style. So I would kindly request all participants and speakers to open your cameras so we can have a picture together. All right? Kindly open your camera so we can just have a group selfie. Can be in the picture as well. Kita share screen. All right. On the count of 3, 1.
Let them open
Okay, there's more coming in. All right. Yes. Oh, excellent, excellent.
Excellent. Come in. Come in.
We can see
Yeah.
almost everybody with your cameras on. Oh, yes.
Wow.
Excellent. All right. In the count of three, can we have Dr. Tuti and Dr. Fauzia on as well? Oh, okay. All right. Okay. In the count of three, 1, 2, 3, smile. All right. Oh, okay.
Another one.
Okay, another one. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right, excellent. So on behalf of ACFF, I would like to thank all participants for joining us today. Special thanks again to our partners, MacPeace and Colgate. I wish you all a pleasant day. Thank you.